Hi everybody, welcome back to another live Let's Play here, courtesy of YouTube. I am your host Swishbone for the remainder of the evening. For those of you who have never been here before, this channel we mostly play games blind for the first time and give our reactions and plenty of jokes and banter in the chat box over in that direction. Now tonight, it's part of the ongoing playthrough of Gran Turismo 4, a game I played many years ago, way back in my college years, and we're re-emerging with that classic case of buy your own car, drive your own way on this rather classic car PG. For those of you who have been here before, for all the other streams, we're watching me get curb stomped by Shin Megami Tensei 4, recently getting a bit frustrated by the crashes of Alice Madness Returns, maybe there for all the Persona games, all the Danganronpa games, the weird streams like Doki Doki Literature Club and Manual Samuel, or some of the really classic streams like Final Fantasy 7 and Forza 4. Either way, a colossal welcome back to all of you, because without all of you people, new and old, this channel, well, it'd be here, it'd be active, but would not be anywhere near as interactive or as reactive. So one more time, the chat box is over in that direction. So we recently played through the classic 80s series with the Nissan Skyline GTS Type M. What I want to do actually is get back into my Honda Civic, because I believe there's a manufacturer tournament for the Civic and I want to take it on, because I have an idea of what car could be waiting on the other end of it. And if I'm right, it's a bit of a nice one. So let's see if I've already done... Watch it now, I've already done this one, a little bit of nonsense tournament. Yep, see, there it is, the Civic race. So that's what we're going to do, we're going to take on the Honda Civics, we're going classic 90s racing here. And we've got 2 laps of Twin Ring Mutagi to get started, so let's get into it. For those of you watching out there live, last year, well, I said last year, what am I talking about? On the last stream for this, we had a little bit of a game where after 30 seconds, you had the ability to guess how long a race would take. So, we got 2 laps of Twin Ring Mutagi. We're going to start with the same rules. When we get 30 seconds on the race timer, at that point, you are locked out. So, take a guess how long it's going to be. Meanwhile, good evening, Avian, saying, hey, happy Friday, almost there for a long weekend. A long weekend have you got? That's fantastic. I don't have that luxury. Not this weekend, but next weekend I sure do. And also, good evening to you, Joe, as well. So remember, 30 seconds is on the clock. You've got 30 seconds to tell me how long you think this race is going to take. We are in a 95 Honda Civic up against other Civics at Twin Ring Mutagi on the short course. Here we go. So XSL getting in first with 2 minutes. Good guess. I like it. Here we go. Oh, well... I mean, when I use other cars as brakes, I'm going to get around corners faster, to be absolutely fair. To a farmer's market. So 2:15 is being thrown down by Avian. Joe, you're almost timed out. What's your guess? And good evening to you as well. Just seen your most recent comment there. Oh, I managed to get torques there. I'm surprised that this game actually simulated that, because that was very much a notion from afterwards. Yeah, sorry, you are out of my way, and... Well, at the moment, we're going to be on for the 2:30 or the 2 minutes here. We might be on for more like 3.5 minutes, people. Oh. You hear the drive fall away from it then as the torques there kicks into play. Neil to say quite annoying, so Joe, you've missed the vote, I'm afraid. You don't know your guess, never mind. We've got plenty of time, there's more races to come. Now, speaking of Gran Turismo though, some interesting news broke today. The title Gran Turismo Sport, which was the title released between Gran Turismo 6 and Gran Turismo 7, practically an online-only game race designed about, online lobbies and esports. Well, its servers are being shut down for good in January. The game is going offline. So for all you people who still play Gran Turismo Sport, I'm afraid your game is going to be absolutely useless, because unfortunately the game has almost no offline content and they're taking the game completely offline. And it's one of the things I don't like about modern gaming, where there seems to be a reliance on games being on servers and games as a service. Because of course, if you invest anything into the game, like if you buy add-on packs, if you buy DLC, if you sign up to any racing leagues or whatever, eventually that money literally evaporates. You don't keep the game. So what's everyone's thoughts on that in the chat? Get your comments in there on the ethics of games being essentially in an online bubble that they can switch off, rendering your investment absolutely worthless. Although I must admit, Joe, your investment in bubble tea is a great, great call. Very nice indeed. Although I can only drink the fruit ones now because all of them are made with weird forms of dairy milk. They're not really any that don't do it. Oh, I'm off the circuit. I'm in the sand. Get ready to drive. Drive you up the wall. So I think our first winner is going to be our proxy because we're going to be well longer than you expected. We're going to be way longer. In my near 40,000 mile car. This is one that's been around the clock quite a lot, to say the least. So 3:37. Avian, you've got your iron with the first win, but there's a lot more time to find. You can get much closer than that. You can all get much, much closer. Meanwhile, Arster Jack jumping in saying, hey, what's up? The sky, space, the moon, the price of PlayStation Plus. There's plenty of things that are up at the moment. How are you doing, Arster Jack? Oh, Suzuka, we've got 3 laps. Which way are we doing for 3 laps? Are we doing the East Course or the West Course? It's the East Course. So this is the shorter lap. 1.44 miles. So the usual rules apply. You got 30 seconds. And then after that, your guesses will be locked out. Yeah, it's interesting actually to tell you. Say that it's a bit like GTA 5, where they're only keeping the servers going because of the amount of money it makes them. The thing is, at least with GTA 5, you have a full offline story mode you can play, don't you? You don't need to be online to play GTA 5. But with GT Sport and GT 7, a lot of the content is locked behind online. So it's a different kettle of fish entirely. So, you know, Avian believes a 3:05. Joe goes for a 3:30. You've still got time, people. Get your comments in there if you believe you want to take part and the time that it's going to take. You're almost timed out, though. The time is nigh. Got a 3:15 split in the times. Not bad at all. The problem with this car is it suddenly loses all revs when you're going around the corner at speed. So it's quite an annoying car to drive. But we've got our eye in with a 1:06, so this could be a tight one actually. Arista Jack jumping in with a 3:20. A little late, but I'll allow it because you arrived late. And I've gone off the circuit, so that's going to really screw up the times. How close can we get? These tyres are freezing cold. Should all be in The Price is Right. Oh, Bob Barker is coming for you, Exitail. Bob Barker wants to know your location. So this could be a tight one, this actually, believe it or not. No repeat of last time, we are keeping on the island. Threading the eye of the needle, trying to keep our revs going at a decent level and blow through the track as best as we can. Oh, we've got talks there right at the end there. So the question is, who was closest with that one? A 3:16.5. Well, that's got to go to Exeter. 1.5 seconds out. Wow, that was close. That's a fantastic effort. Oh God, the deal or no deal. The banker would like to offer you £5,000. What do you say? Fuck you. The answer's deal or no deal. Say that again. Fuck you. The uncensored version. Yes, I do want to quit that race because I've already beaten it. I accidentally went back into the race and didn't mean to. I've already beaten it. Unless it's not counted. No, it's counted. There it is. Got a gold trophy. Deep Forest. We got 2 laps of Deep Forest, people. So the closest time for that one, Alistair Jack, was Exeter's. 1.5 seconds was her difference. Yours was 3.5, I'm afraid. But you were both insanely close. Amazing guesses. Absolutely brilliant. That's only turned into DJ Slopes then. Hey, you were amazing good. Amazing guests. So we are deep in the draft in the Swiss mountains for Deep Forest. But the good thing is we should get a nice draft down to the first hairpin corner. Get straight into the slipstream of the Civic Type R. Oh, we're 4 abreast into that corner. That was awesome. 4 wide. So we've got a 4-minute dead, which has gone for Joe, and the 3:45 from Avian. Alistair Jack, Exeter, what are you getting involved in? Get your guesses in the chat. Oh, no, bad place to put your car, mate. Not on my inside. I am going to hit you there. They can take that corner a lot faster than me for some reason. Maybe it's because they've got better revs through the middle of the corner, I'm not sure. Oh, Alistair Jack going 3:46 just to troll Avian. Oh, that's a dirty tactic. And the 3:15 from Exeter. Well, I get the feeling that 3:15 is going to be a little ambitious, but we shall see. You might laugh, Joe, but I've got to decide who gets the guess. I'm guessing that Avian will get that on count back because her guess was first. But there's still time. This game goes down to 3 decimal places after all. Just too much understeer them. But if that time's correct, this is going to be tight. It's not over yet, Exeter. This could be a much faster second lap. We're not overtaking any cars, so we might actually do better here. Over the blind crest. This is quite a fun track to drive, this. It's a bit more open than it looks. You're encouraged to go really close to the wall, and you can clearly see the flat textures at the back for the PlayStation 2, but it still looks fantastic. Even to this day, it has, like I say, the appearance of an early PS3 game. Then again, because in Gran Turismo 5, they actually used some of the texture models from PlayStation 2's GT4 in the cars. So there's a little bit of truth to it. Much better lap. I am actually quite excited for the F1 next weekend. It'll be interesting to see how the guys go at Losail. So there we go, a 1:32 to finish, and the time is a 3:14.974. Exeter by just 26 thousandths of a second. That's the closest guess by a long time. By just 26 thousandths of a second. That is literally that close to the time. You're that close. Your guess is out indeed. Your guess is out. Who are you trying to... Are you one of these people that turns up to pool halls and just loses at £1 a ball and then start charging everyone £50 a ball and cane them all? Is that your tactic, Exeter? Because if it is, I'm jealous. That's a really fast way to get rich. Autumn Ring Mini. 3 laps. 30 seconds on the clock, people, and then you can put your guesses in. Maybe I should give Exeter a penalty and make her choose her time before the race starts. So you got 30 seconds on the clock, people. Decide now. Oddly enough, if it was on, there were some streamers, by the way, out there at the moment who'd only let you play this game if you donated to them. Like, if you gave them a tip, that was your guess. There actually are people that are that scummy. And to those people, I say, get off YouTube and Twitch. You don't deserve your platform. So we got a 2:30, a 3:21, a 3:20, and a 4 minutes 5. So a very big spread in the guesses this time. Very, very big indeed. But we've actually not yet passed all the cars. But we have now. Problem is, this car, when it gets down to certain revs, it's incredibly sluggish. When the revs drop too low, the car just like has... It must have like very high turbo lag, which is to be expected from a car from the 90s. As unless you had a Skyline back then, the turbo lag was quite bad. It's only in the last couple of decades that they've got on top of it with anti-lag. It's why WRC cars are a lot faster now. Oh, you meant to put 2:21 and you accidentally hit 3:21. Well, unfortunately the time's locked in now, so you got to stick with it, I'm afraid. We're into the final lap, and we are in the lead, where we belong, in the lead. It's interesting, I've chosen the Honda Civics because the most recent update in Gran Turismo 7 is 2 Honda Civics. That's their new AAA content for you all. If you're playing Gran Turismo 7, that's their most recent free extra content. Oh, Avian! At 2:21.4! Your guess would have been correct by 0.4 of a second, but Joe steals it thanks to an administrative error. Oh, gutting. Absolutely gutting. Oh, that's so unfortunate. That is unbelievably unfortunate. That's my revenge for all the times you laughed when I was saying, let me explain in the Persona stream to the girls. So, off to midfield raceway. We've got 2 full laps of midfield. Quite an interesting figure-of-8 circuit, this one. Not really based on a real-world location, but it certainly has quite a different style to it. So, 2.24 miles, we've got 2 laps. Usual rules apply. Try to hit the correct keys. It's something that I do all the time at work. Hit the wrong key and make myself look like an idiot. Whereas Avian, you didn't look an idiot. You looked amazing. It's just unfortunate. So here we go. Ooh. horrendous turbo back then. But now that the turbo's kicking in, we are straight into the lead. So we got 2:45 being guessed already by Joe. Joe's not messing around here. A 4:01 from Avian, 2-minute laps. Possible to be fair. A 2:30 from Alistair Jack, that's a very ambitious time, but then again it might be good enough. And a 2:15 from Exeter. So we've got a bit of a tight group, and then one long distance run way back. The question is, who's going to be right? So we're only on for 2 laps here, so you might be surprised. What you might think might take a long time might not take as long as you think. Bear that in mind, people. So we're heading on towards lap 2. This could be quite interesting depending on how long it's going to be, and the finish line is way down the bottom end of the straight, a long way down. Then we come to this deeply cambered corner. All the lottery are horse race. What do you mean by that, Exeter? You'll have to explain it a bit further for me. What do you mean by that? A horse race bet or a lottery bet? I don't get it. What do you mean? I'm intrigued, to say the least. I'd like to know exactly what you mean by that before I make a fool of myself. Newsflash, I'm not a lottery player and I don't watch horse racing, so I'm not exactly the best judge for this kind of thing. Fly into the S's, and we're going at high speed into the first corner, but we definitely have to brake at the seconds. It tightens. Very surprising corner, that one. Look at the crowd in the grandstand. Oh yes, that's an excited crowd up there, people. As we've gone off the circuit, no one was there to see it, so it's all fine. So we had a 2:30, a 2:45, a 4:01, and a 2:15. And I get the feeling that this might be a 3-minute 10 or a 3-minute 15. And if that's the case, I know who's won. Yep, 3 minutes and 11 seconds means that this goes the way of Joe Duke. A mahoosive 26 seconds out. So yes, Joe, you got a scalp. You got to win. And our reward is a classic 1980s Honda Civic touring car. Very nice. Very, very nice indeed. Looks incredibly retro in the best way possible. And of course it's a Honda because we're in a Honda event. There was a Honda Civic tournament, so that's not a surprise. Right, question is, have I got any races here that I can do anything different in? I've got an Evo meeting or a Mirage Cup, so either a Mitsubishi Lancer or a Mirage. Have I got any of those? I've got one Mitsubishi, but I don't think it's any of those. Easy way to find out is by going to the manufacturer. Right, we've got an Evo. We've got a 97 rally car. Will this be eligible? Will I be able to use this? I'm curious. Can I use the Mitsubishi Evo? Or will it say, road cars only? Nope, no restrictions. Absolutely fine. I'm going to take it bone stock, just to see how good it is. It should have racing tyres of any luck. Watch it now be on dirt tyres. Racing around on the tarmac in the dirt. So I'll do a quick check here, because if I need to get new tyres, we've got super hards. To be fair, they're super hards, but they're racing tyres, so it's fine. We'll go with that. The racing tyres, it's a little bit of a balancer. So here we go. Usual rules apply, people. We've got a 45 A-spec points for this interesting lap, so that could be interesting. Yeah, now the game's caught up. The resolution's got a bit better. Nice. 2 weeks of only working 4 days is awesome. So, you got 3 minute 13 already being guessed on the Clubman route by Exetel. The question is, can we actually keep up in this car? I'm not sure. 3 minutes dead from Arista Jack. That's awesome. Oh, this feels beautiful to drive. And a 325 from Avian. So, Joe, if you're out there, you're the last one to play, unless there's anybody else watching stealthily who wants to get involved. And if you do, jump in the chat like everybody else. Get involved. Get your comments in there. I'll do what I can to interact with all of you. I suddenly went all drive time radio DJ then, the way I said that. Oh, we're being dragged out here. Very nice throaty sound. I like it. So the question is, how are the maths going to go in terms of the guesses here? I'm intrigued to say the least, but we are timed out, so we've got the guesses in. Oh, that was utterly joyous to drive. So I'm wondering what we're going to get for this. I mean, the chances are we'll probably get a rally car, because that's what Mitsubishi were most renowned for. But they could also give us like a really unusual like touring car or something of that kind. So I'll be interested to see what we get. Of course, the Evo Lancer was the car which Tommy McInerney used to win the World Rally Championship in, I think it was 99, when Carlos Sainz Sr. had his engine conk out 100 yards from the finish line. Ouch. And so you missed the queue because you were dealing with the kiddie. Well, I mean, obviously kiddies come first. Kitties are important. You got to look after the kiddies. Okay, I'm really liking driving this car. It's a very smooth machine. I've not got a lot of power in it, but I've got a lot of grip. Of course, it generates a little bit of understeer, but that's to be expected in a four-wheel drive car, because you've got all the... Unless you spend forever messing around with the variable control differential, you're going to have all the power in certain areas of the car, so it's not quite as independent as the modern, say, Audi Quattro, for example, but it's still a beautiful machine. Yeah, kitties and doggos do that, don't they, Avian? You're not paying attention, it's time to start paying attention to me. That's what they're like. And so we've crossed the line. The question is, what's the winning time? It's a 3 minutes and 6 seconds. Unbelievably, Exetel's gonna win this by about a few hundredths of a second, because there was 13-second gap between the pair of you, and there was 0.68 seconds. So Exetel sneaks it by literally half a second. That was the ultimate splitting of the lap times. A couple of hundredths would have given that one to Aristojack. That's the closest finish we've had so far. There was literally about 0.3 seconds. That was how close it was between you both. No, because he guessed 3:06. Well, he guessed a 3 minutes. You guessed a 3 minutes 13, but it was 6.8 seconds. So in order for him to win, it needed to be 3 minutes 6.5 or less. It's complicated. This is why motor racing can be quite interesting to watch when you understand gaps. So we got 2 laps anyway, and we are doing 2 laps of Fuji Speedway. We've got 2 laps of Fuji. This could be interesting. Which layout have we got? We've got the 90s layout. To be fair, Excel, it's not poor maths. That's more a case of just being on the fly. And the chances are, live to the world, I've just made a complete tit of myself. And before you all say it, yes and no, no change there then. Yes, WRC go Burr. We have 4-wheel drive, so going off the road is less of a disadvantage. So we've got 3 minutes from Joe, and then a cheeky 2:57 from Avian. 3:30 from X-Tail, and Aristojack is going away for the night, which is fair enough. No worries, mate. You have a good evening. Have a good sleep. Catch you later. Hi, put a 3:28 in there right at the end, so you might win this one on retrospect. We'll see if you can find out at the end. I think realistically this is going to be more like a 4:20, to be honest, or a 4:30. I don't think we're even close. I think 2 laps though, to be fair. So actually, no. I'm probably underselling my skill here. Now I could easily make this a lot faster, but that would be cheating and ruin the game for everybody. So I'm going to stick to the rules. Horrific understeer through that. Yeah, for some reason I thought we had 3 laps, not 2. Well, I reckon this is going to be a 1:40 lap or a 1:45, purely for the length of the straight. Good evening, Queen. Just seen you jump in there. At the moment, Exeter's winning this, but having got a few victories, but they were very, very closely fought, actually. So it's anyone's game to win. Obviously, it's too late for this round, I'm afraid. And of course, who's winning? Me. I'm the one driving. And then you're all thinking, you winning at anything? Ha! And you would be correct. But that's not the point. We're currently driving a rally car. We're in a Mitsubishi Evo 7, I think it is, or an Evo 6 from 1997. Because we're up against other Evos, and we're currently winning. And that's a good thing. Have you noticed something though, people? What's not on my screen at the moment for the first time in a while? The get ready to drive has gone away. For now. It will be back, I can assure you. That thing's like the heads of the Hydra. You cut one off, 3 spawn in its place. There's no doubt about it. That horrible message will be back. So here we go flat out here because, well, of course we will. So this car's not been modified actually. I literally just bought the moment I won it in the prize car. I've not touched it. I've not added anything to it. I've not even changed the oil. And the time was a 3:28.745. Exeter takes another W by less than 1.5 seconds. Seriously, the Red Bull racing team want to know your location, Exeter. How are you simulating the performance of the race so well? You're the kind of person they want in their offices in Milton Keynes, crunching the numbers for certain strategies. The Red Bull Racing team want to know where you are. They want to give you a job. And the final race is, oh, 1 lap. We have a single lap race, people, of Tokyo R246. Hold on. No, Aristojack won that one. I apologise. I just noticed that. Aristojack came in. I do apologise. You are correct. Aristojack did a 3:28. I forgot that time. Sorry, Exetertail. I'm afraid in this one, you lose. Oh, Joe! Ow! Damn! That is fire. I'm not saying you're wrong, but that is fire, Joe. Wow. But once again, it was you two having a huge rally. You notice on the license plates say Tommy Mackinnon, that one then. One of the license plates actually said Tommy Mackinnon. I get the feeling that they never got his permission to include that. So I say there's only 1 lap here of this one, so your time is up very shortly. Well, we've got a 1:55 from Joe and a 2:05 from Exetertail. Whereas Green decides wants to take a nice rest. 2:56, Avian. It's only 1 lap. It's only 1. So I get the feeling you might have gone a bit too long there, but we shall see. I'm surprised there's only 1 lap. I'm very surprised though. We did 2 laps of Fuji, but only doing 1 lap of this race. We're here on the outskirts of Tokyo on the way to Odaiba, because I believe this is where this highway is based. Push to the outside and aim to clip this curb without hitting it, so that we don't take off. And then we're into the high-speed chicanes. Take full advantage of the 4-wheel drive and the racing tyres to get us into that bend with maximum power on nice and early apex. So this is going to be a drag race. Whose time is going to be closest? It's a 2-horse race, I can tell you that much, but this is going to be tight because this is a drag race, and I get the feeling that this could be a decider that's going to be very close indeed. 58, 59, and I believe that's got it in the favour of Exetertail with a 2:03.1, which is less than 2 seconds away from your guess. Once again, Red Bull Racing want to know your location. So with that in mind, we've got a 2-0, only won by 5 seconds, which over 1 lap, to be fair, it's quite a long distance, 5 seconds a lap. That's a bit of a difference in performance. So the question is, what car have we won? We have won a 1974 Lancer. Wow, I was not expecting that. Look at the size of that headlamp on the front bonnet there. Check it out. That's almost like one of those that you see on police cars. You can imagine me just coming up going, "Keep firing, come out of the house. Come out of the house with your hands in the air. Come out of the house now." That's the kind of thing I get. I've seen those spotlights. I imagine the cops doing that. So that's another 1 make 1. So, I'm trying to think of other cars I've got that I can use. What about the Nissans? In the Nissans... we've got the March and the Sylvia sisters. I wonder if one of my before I quickly leave it, let me just check. No restrictions. Great. I think I might have a Sylvia. I may have a Sylvia that was a prize car. If not, I'll have to buy one. Because I like Sylvia. Sylvia was good. Good cars. Manufacturer and then Nissan. Ah, there's Nismo and then Nissan. Right, so we've got Skyline. Oh no. They're all like other cars. They're not the ones I wanted. Damn it. Right, okay. With that in mind then, let's get... Oh, I don't want that. No, don't want that. Let's go and buy a 1980s car. Let's go back to the 80s. See if I can find an 80s or 90s Sylvia. Okay, there it is. The Volvo 240 GLE Estate. Oh, yeah. Right, we've got a Nissan Silvia K's from 1988 and the Q's from 88 as well. Are there any slightly more recent? No, I don't think so. Okay, let's buy the Silvia K's. In beige. Yeah. Beige. So we'll buy... Oh, it's warm white two-tone. No, it's beige. Trust me, it's beige. Or what Peter Jones once called Jewish racing gold. Don't ask me what he was thinking with that one. Right, let's change the oil because look how nasty that oil is in there. Let's get some fresh lubrication. I just said that live on the internet. What was I thinking? Well, Avian, if it looks like a hospital waiting room, fingers crossed it's not like one on a Friday night here in the UK, where you can't walk more than 2 centimetres without treading in someone's puke. Yes, hospitals at the weekend in the UK are not the nicest places to be. In fact, UK hospitals in general aren't the nicest places to be. Right, so let's put some power into this baby. Yeah, 175 to 192 brake horsepower? I think so, absolutely. We will be doing that, rest assured. Brakes, I definitely need better brakes because this car is very rear wheel happy. So we're going to need some decent tyres for this, I think, as well. I reckon some racing mediums will be okay. If needs be, I can always get some racing cards, but I'm hoping not to need that. Right, engine-wise, we've got... Ah, so we don't have naturally aspirated tuning for this one. Okay, no worries. Yes, Avian. NASA saying the public can name a probe that's going to Uranus. Well, I'm sure there were plenty of things involved in that one, wasn't there? We probably got Ridge Racer and all the kinds of stuff in there with Big Johnson. Or Dick Johnson, maybe. Vibe Retur. With Dildodo or something. I don't know. There's plenty of things you can go for there. Perhaps if it's a Formula machine, they could have called it a Formula Strap 1. Yeah, you can tell I've not got a crude mind, people. I don't have the humour of a 13-year-old. Honest, I really don't. Then again, it's probably not fair on the 13-year-old to compare their humour to mine. Right, let's get a turbo kit in this. Oh, we can go all the way to a stage 4. Which only gives us 394 horsepower. That's disappointing. I'll go for a stage 3. Ah, oh no. Oh wow, Exetel, yeah, I get that one. Yes, sometimes advertisers really don't think things through, do they? That particular question, yeah, I know exactly where that one's going. Depending on what rabbit holes on the internet you've been down, there are so many answers you can put to that one, I can assure you. Reminds me of a joke I saw once. A nerdy girl goes up to her boyfriend and says, "I've been really naughty, punish me." The boyfriend goes, "Okay," and installs Windows 8 on a computer. Let's get some weight out of this car, get better performance on the suspension and the tyres. Give us extra grip with far less weight. I should really repair the body, shouldn't I? I better do that. I mean, Queen, it's bad, but hey, at least they didn't install Windows ME. Or, well, you know what I mean? It could have been much worse. Windows 8 was bad, but it's not exactly Windows ME bad. We should easily win this race. I reckon we'll easily win it in the Sylvia K's from the 1980s. And I had Windows. I think I've still got a laptop somewhere that has it because I didn't update it. It was pretty useless, let's be honest. Windows 8 was not good. Oh, right, so we got 3 laps of Tsukuba. So we got 3 laps of Tsukuba, and hey, that 240SX, what's that doing there? That's not a Sylvia. That's a 240SX. Get out of here. Illegal car. You cheat. So we got a guess of 3:20 already from Joe in the chat. There's more time to come. You've got 30 seconds on the clock, people. Plenty of time to decide. A beautiful sound. Why have we got a Ford Escort on track? Oh, this is beautiful to drive. This is a JDM legend. A 325 from Queen and a 330 from Exeter. We're very, very close on the guesses here tonight, people, which is awesome. This actually goes like a pocket rocket. This is pretty awesome. I'm liking the speed. And a 315 from Avian. So, this is going to be tight. And it does sound a bit like a rally car. I think it's the turbo. The turbo and the intercooler, I think. It's also gripping very well. I'm surprised at how much grip I'm getting out of this car. Oh, well, this is fast. This is going to be a rapid one. We might even go below 3 minutes here, people. Smooth. So we're really going Formula 8 with the answers here. 5-second gaps throughout the field, it would seem. And check out what's come back to haunt us, people. Get ready to drive has returned. I told you it would be back. There was no jinxing. I just knew it was going to come. Oh, we've got a lot of understeer there. This car is actually a lot of fun to drive. It's fast, it's fun, it's funky, and it's got a lovely little sound to it as well. Now, you're really dunking on Checo tonight, aren't you, Joe? You really are taking every opportunity you can, but a 2:57.559. Avian is the victor. 18 seconds behind, well, 17 and a half to be exact, so an amazing guess. Fantastic. And out, yes. The answer is Knuckles. Answer approved. Avian. Yes. Can totally see that one. As we keep on the foot down. We've got special stage Route 5. 2 laps of the full circuit here. So this could be quite interesting. We've got 2 laps available. 30-second timer, of course. When the timer is on the lap screen, at 30 seconds, you are locked out. So this is a chance. I can understand, to be fair, Joe. He has been squandering potential in that car, it must be said. Joey and Palmer did a really interesting analysis about what he could have done differently. He managed to resist the low effort answer of give up. He managed to avoid that one. So here we go. The time starts now, people, as we get deep into the draft, as we pursue our opponents into special stage Route 5. And I had to get on the brakes very early there because they all hogged the racing line like absolute buffoons. A 3:45 from Joe and a 3:20 from Exeter. Very, very different lap times thus far. Oh, get out of my way. Move. I'm the king of the night round here. Get out of my sight. And a 3-minute dead from Queen. Wow, that's an interesting guess. Bang on 3 minutes. And a 3:03 from Avian just to be a troll. I love it. The Price is Right strategy is back, people. We've only got 2 laps to do, remember, so this could get interesting. It's literally eating the corners at the moment. This car is a lot better than I thought it would be. And that's brilliant. Considering I didn't pay a lot of money for it. I've invested a lot of money in upgrading it, but that's not the point. Now this could get quite interesting, because if my lap time forecasts are right, we could have a very tight battle for who's going to win this. This could be very interesting. We've topped out, we're not going any faster. We've actually reached the end of our rev count. That's not good. But this is going to be very, very interesting in who's going to win this one. Because if I'm right, this is going to be very tight indeed. Of course, the precursor there is if I'm right. The chances are I'm not going to be now. As we devour the lap time here in a classic JDM car under the night lights. All we need now is a bit of the old Eurobeat, Night of Fire, The Top. All those kind of songs playing would be right at home, wouldn't we, people? It depends how much faster this second lap is going to be. Because if this second lap is 10 seconds faster than the starting lap, then it's going to be very tight. Much different after that, it's going to be even tighter. Yep, gas, gotta step on the gas, absolutely, Exeter. And shame on me for not getting that reference on the last stream. I feel like a right pillock. Oh, this is going to be unbelievably tight. Who's going to take this victory? A 3:03.615. Within 0.7 of a second, your winner is Avian. But an awesome effort from you, Queen, to be only 3.5 seconds out. That's fantastic. I think about Checo, as you say, he's got a lot of experience, but he's also never done that brilliantly at the top teams. Remember when he drove for McLaren? Never quite seemed to gel, did he? Never seemed to quite gel at the front. I told you that was going to be tight. I knew it was. And interestingly, Queen, your guess would have actually won that if I didn't run out of revs. If my revs didn't run out and I had a bit more speed, you might have won that. So we are now at Fuji Speedway, and if this is a full lap of Fuji, I definitely need a better gearbox. So I'm going to make a slight tuning change. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm going to do some tuning. This is going to change the game a little bit. Yep, those revs are way too short. So I'm giving myself a few more revs to play around with because this is a mile-long straight. I want a lot of straight line speed. We've got 2 laps, and your 30 seconds will begin the moment the timer starts to count down. So your 30 seconds begins in 3, 2, 1. 30 seconds to guess. 30 seconds to guess. Go, go, go. So we've got a 3:13 right away from Exeter Tail. No messing around there from you. Awesome. A 3:10 from Queen and a 3:45 from Joe. So Joe's going a bit more conservative. Because this track is deceptively long. And it would appear that Avian is timed out. You've missed the window. That's cool if you have work coming. Don't worry about it. Don't apologise. So here we go. We've got an extra gear to play around with now, people. We're already at 150 and we're climbing even faster in our speed. There we go. Now we're on the go again. So the question is, who's going to win the time here? I can see only 2 times realistically being in it, and I'm not sure who's going to win this one because it could be quite tight depending on how fast this lap is. Obviously, we crossed the start-finish line at 160 miles an hour instead of like about 20 or about 30 or 40. So that's going to make a big difference to the lap time. There we go, deep on the inside, ride the curb and scrub as little speed as possible. So now we're going at full pelt. We're heading for the line. So the final time is 3 minutes 10.627. Queen is your victor by just 6/10 away from the time. Amazing guess. You're all getting far too good at this. You really are. You're all getting way too good. You're all in the wrong careers. Seriously, you should be on the pit walls. Working out tyre strategy. It's switching from a 1 tyre strategy to a 2 tyre strategy. You guys should be doing all the number crunching for this. You've got a knack for it seems. So the car we've won for that is... Oh, yes. The Sil 80. This is a hybrid car where the back is a 180 SX and the front is a Nissan Silvia. It's a heavily underrated custom cut and shut job. Beautiful machine. An absolute JDM classic. So the question is, have I got any other tournaments that I can do things for? What about the tyre tires? I've got the Altezza and the Vitz. Oh no. I need to get a pink Vitz from somewhere or an Altezza / Lotus. I don't think I've got any of those cars. I'll be surprised if I do. That's fair. If you'd rather take the art over that and numbers, that's fair enough, I can tell. But you certainly seem to know how you're doing here tonight. Right, yeah, I don't have any of those, so I'd have to buy one. Okay, well, Indians are in them. Let's choose another country. Let's try Germany. Audi, have I got any cars for the Audi? I've got the A3 and then the Tourist, which is so it's either an Audi TT. So I need to get the TT or the A3 Quattro. I don't believe I've got either of those, so I'd have to buy one. But that's okay, I don't mind buying one. I will buy an Audi. Just double. I've got at least one Audi, but I don't think it counts. Yeah, they're not going to count. That's certainly not going to count. I can't use that anywhere but the Nürburgring. Although it was fun to drive, it must be said. And then there was this beast of a car, but I can't use that. So, what we're going to do is we're going to buy ourselves an Audi TT. I drive an Audi TT. Oh, yes. So there's the Audi A2. We don't want that. There's the S3. We don't want that. So there's a TT Quattro. Costs us 47,000 credits. The A3. Then there's another TT Quattro, which is even more expensive. The S4, the RS4, the RS6, the RS6. An SUV. Okay. The Nuvoli Quattro. And then the Le Mans Quattro, more commonly known as the R8. Oh, God. Right, hang on a second. Is there any restrictions? If there isn't, I want to have some fun. There isn't. Okay, we're doing this. I don't care. It's costing me 550,000 credits. Riches go Burt. I said the Red Bull racing team want you, Exeter. Now they're going to get you. We're getting one. We're buying it. We're going to have some serious fun. We're going to turn up in a racing car. We're going to absolutely blow all the sedans into the seaweed. Money go burr. That's what's going to happen here, people. I believe it was pretty good in DTM, Joe, from what I understand. I think it did relatively well. I know that in Forza 4, it was one of the 4 DTM cars you could get, and people loved driving it. No point qualifying. It's a good start. Oh, wow. Already a 1-point A-spec race, and I've not even upgraded it. Yeah, see... This is not even remotely fair, people. This is beyond unfair. Get your times in the comments. How fast are we going to be? Bear in mind, this car is a lot faster than what I've been using recently. It has got a lot more power and a lot more downforce and a lot more stripped out style. So we've got a 245 already from Queen. Probably not a bad guess, but I'm not sure because I've not driven this car before ever. And already I'm feeling like this is an excellent purchase. The 245, a 305 and then a 3, just because, why not? And a 235, wow! You think I really am fast, Adrian? I can't see me doing 1 minute 15 lap times, I really can't see that. I might be good, but I'm not one. I might be good, yeah, no, I'm not. There's no way I'm that good, I'm not even close. This is not even close to being fair. I am being ridiculously unfair right now. This is me taking all concepts of fair play and setting it on fire. Some kids have turned up to a game of five-a-side with their 13-year-old mates. I've turned up with the likes of Luis Ronaldo and that idiot who plays for Manchester City. There's not even a close essence of fair play here, people. This is not even in the same ballpark as fair play. And the game does allow it, but that's not the point. It's against the spirit of the rules. My response, there is no spirit of the rules. There's the rules. It's legal. Deal with it. And no, I don't have any shades to complete the meme. The meme even, not the meme. Meme's an arcade emulator. What am I talking about? Oh! Wash out your mouth with soap, Queen! How dare you insult El Capitan by comparing it to that? How dare you! I should strip you of your victory for that one. Oh, you will apologise to El Capitan. You will apologise. And you will like it. I'll leave this to be a case of you chose to believe what you wanted to believe. I'm not going down that rabbit hole. So the winner for this one, well, I get the feeling it's going to be the longest guess by quite a long way out. Yes, that wasn't even remotely fair. 324. The guess winner for that one was none other than Joe. So that's the first round of this championship in the can. We've absolutely decimated it. These poor cars did not have a hope. They came absolutely... It's called the Tourist Trophy, and I've just literally ground them into dust. They had absolutely no hope of being here. They had no hope of victory. There was no way they were going to win. Now, interestingly, after this, we're going to do one of the endurance races. But it's not the endurance race you think it's going to be. We're going IndyCar. We're going to do the Super Speedway endurance event after this. We are doing NASCAR, people. We are doing NASCAR IndyCar. That's going to be the next race after we've done this championship. So in the meantime, get your guesses in here, people. We've got one lap, and already a 135 has been thrown down by Joe. As I say, it's only a single lap. It's a single lap race. That's all we've got. A 115. Not sure this car's that quick, Exertail. I don't think it's going to be that fast. Yes, it's left 126 from Avian. Quite a reasonable guess, that, actually. It handles beautifully well. It's incredibly beautiful to drive. It's almost on rails. Obviously, it's lacking the power of the Le Mans cars, so I wouldn't use it for any of the really high-level races. But I do wish I'd had this car when it came to doing this endurance race at this tournament. I'd have represented the Germans with a very, very good car. There was nothing wrong with the Mercedes I drove, don't get me wrong. But this would be an absolute joy to drive in that event. And it was a 144. So, Joe, once again, it's 2 for 2. You are on a roll. Interesting, if you notice, it's the Audi Apt car. So the Apt team, oddly enough, were in Formula E. And they had their driver, Daniel Abt, who they had to fire because he essentially no-sold and no-showed a e-sports race that Formula E did during lockdown. True story. So we're at Deep Forest for 2 laps. 2 laps of Deep Forest. Get your guesses in, people. You've got 30-second timer on the clock. That's for all of you involved there. And, Queen, you no longer have to stay in exile. Your jokes about El Capitan are no-sold. Because I love that track. Yeah, that's actually true, Joe. It's absolutely true. And a 3:35 from Axetail, followed by a 3:15 from Queen, or 2:30 from Joe. You really think this car has got some lick if it's going to do a 1 minute 15 lap? That's impressive. Be interested to see just how good the car is. And a 3:05 from Avian. So we got our guesses in, locked nice and early. You've all beaten the clock by a long time. There's no issues with any times being timed out here. I can tell you that for free. This is actually a very, very nice car to drive. It is very, very planted. You can get on the gas incredibly quickly. It just has masses of traction. Say, in terms of like an easy car to push to the limit, this is it. And I'll tell you what, maybe those lap times weren't so exaggerated. So we're already at 1 minute 20. Wow, we are on for a very, very rapid time here, people. Oh, just stopped myself ploughing into the tunnel wall then. I used the very, very maximum width of the track. I can tell you that for free. I will be very honest, I have never driven this car until tonight. This is a joy to drive. This is absolutely beautiful. You can just aim at corners and you've got the confidence to be able to drag the car into it and get on the power, and you will make it round. It makes you feel like you've got God's feet getting into a corner. This is insane. Very fast indeed. I said a 2:30 was optimistic. I was wrong. 2:34.8. That was an awesome run. Well done, Joe. It's 3 for 3. 3 in a row. You know this car far too well, and that's a good thing. And that's the championship. That's it. That's the end. So it was a clean sweep for Joe. He's won the championship. Amazing performance. So what's our car going to be? That's the question. What are we going to get for that? We have received the Audi Le Mans Quattro. Oh, yes. Known more commonly now as the Audi R8. Before it became the R10 and the R10 V12. Beautiful car, very nice design, very sleek indeed. So what I need to do now is maybe buy an Audi A3. Might as well. What's our current percent completion? I actually just realised we're at 70.4. Now, we're going to go and do an endurance race. So, I'm going to jump back into this. My R89 Calsonic Nissan Le Mans Group C car. Now, the endurance race we're about to do, as I said before, it's pretty much a NASCAR event. We're going to be doing pretty much NASCAR. So, as a result of this, we will be wanting the Super Speedway 150 miles. Now, there's two things I'd like you to guess here. The race time and how many pit stops I'm going to need to make. I'm going to be running super hard tyres and I'll be running full fuel. It's 100 laps, but wait until you see how fast these laps are. I'm going to give you 4 laps to make your guesses. You've got 4 laps. I want you to tell me how many pit stops I'm going to get and how fast my lap time overall is going to be. That's on sports tyres. I don't want that. So we're going to be using super hard tyres. In terms of transmission, we're probably going to want to kick this back a little bit because while we want top speed, we also want to make sure we don't have sluggish. And in terms of who won in that one, Avian Joe got all 3. It was a clean victory. So you got 4 laps to decide how long you think the race is going to take. What you want to do for the format for this, you want to put hour, minutes, and seconds. So if you think it's going to take 4 hours, 5 minutes, and 30 seconds, you put 4:05:30. That is the format I want it in. 100 laps. Here we go. So I said before, this is pretty much NASCAR. And as I say, you've got 4 laps. So they will start the moment I cross the line, and then from there, we will be a go. Oh, there's the Minolta Toyota. The TS020 as it's more commonly known. So, 58 minutes with 3 pit stops from Joe. That's the guess. From Joe, that's fine. We're coming up to the end of lap 2 already. Remember, you've got 2 more laps to decide, people, how many pit stops and how long the race will take. And again, if like Joe, you think it's going to be less than an hour, you can put just the minutes and then the seconds. But if you think it's going to take more than an hour, you need to put the 1 or the 2, well, how long you think it's going to be. Ooh, 50 minutes, 30 seconds with 3 pit stops. That's a bold guess, that, Queen. I like it. Now, bear in mind, for the race time, people, you have to factor in how long the pit stops are going to take. Bear that in mind. So you've got literally to the end of this straight. After that, people, well, to be fair, is that a bit too short a time? I'll give you till lap 7, let's be fair. I'll give you another 3 laps. Any amendments you want to make to your guesses or final guesses, end of lap 7, that's what I'm going to call it. Oh, 40 minutes and 5 seconds. That's a very bold guess, actually, Tail. With 5 pit stops. We're going on the qualifying tyres go burr strategy with that one. That's an impressive guess. So this is where we are in full NASCAR mode. It's the end of this lap. After this, the guesses will be locked out. Well, I mean, there's nothing to stop me allowing one in later, so I'll use my discretion. But I kind of want to see... Oh, 56.45 has gone in there from Avian. How many pit stops do you reckon? You've got literal to the end of the straight to decide. Seven stops. Whoa! Exeter and Avian really think I shred my tyres, people. I have worse tyre wear than Mercedes had in 2012, according to you two. Speaking of Mercedes, see you later, say okay. Goodbye. Next. Yes, this is like Japanese IndyCar that we're doing at the moment. Fun fact, by the way, this track technically debuted all the way back in Gran Turismo 2. It wasn't known as the Motegi Super Speedway, but it's exactly the same shape. Oh, that was so close. I very nearly rear-ended that Chevrolet Camaro then, but I got away with it. As we're lapping in the 27s at the moment, which is pretty impressive. In Mario Kart Double Dash, this track's lethal. I don't think I've played that before. Maybe that's something I'll have to do next time I come to Canada. Yes, I do think it's very interesting, Joe. You're right. Obviously, Mercedes, they've not really had the best looks so far. Ferrari, I think Fred Vasseur has finally helped them get an idea of what they can do. And I'm loving that McLaren are absolutely chasing hand over fist. At the moment, you could argue that McLaren have the second fastest car on the grid behind the Red Bulls. So if they have a fantastic run of form to the very end of the season, they could be in for one of the greatest recoveries you've ever seen in a championship. Probably only bested by the time that they actually went one better in 2009, when they literally found something daft like 2.5 seconds in a lap, which was astonishing. Ah, the stars. Yes, I know about all those in the Mario Kart. Just slam into people because you're completely invincible. I've done that before. Personally, I'd say that McLaren have had the second fastest car since Silverstone. On certain tracks, they've been absolutely phenomenal, and I get the feeling that maybe like Mexico, where straight line speed is less of an issue, you might see McLaren spring a surprise. And as for Interlagos, anyone can win there. That's the circuit that's the most anomalous one in the world. And you have to say massive respects as well, not only to McLaren as a whole, Joe, but to Oscar Piastri. Everyone was like doing like, haha, what a dumbass, you could have been driving for Alpine and being right near the front. Those phrases have aged like curdled milk. They've really not aged well, have they? Oscar Piastri and Mark Webber proving they were right to go with McLaren. And I give Mark Webber the nod there, of course, because Mark Webber is Oscar's agent. There we are, we just lapped the field already. We've lapped the field, but the Minolta will be picking up the draft and coming right back past us by the looks of it. Or maybe not. No, the Minolta's falling away. So I've now got a lap in the bank in terms of pit stops. That's awesome. That means I've got a pit stop in my pocket. Well, that's it. I mean, it's like, it's interesting. I think the last time a rookie has been able to go that well against a teammate, you probably have to look back to when Hamilton first went up against Alonso in terms of that. But they always say that, you know, just because you're in a fast car, doing what you can in a car that's not the fastest is when you show your true ability. So it's actually good that he's doing it now for McLaren when they're in their... I don't want to use the word ascendancy, it makes it sound like they're guaranteed to climb, and I don't think they are. But they're a team that are well on their way back to their former glory, and that's awesome. Oh, what the hell? What the hell? What are you doing? Is that Mercedes on a breakdown? Have we just seen a mechanical failure? I don't think mechanical failures are in this game. So this is one of the fastest endurance races you'll ever see, people, because look at that, we're already at less than 10 minutes and we're already 20 laps in. We'll go past a PlayStation branded car. It got stuck in the wall. I don't know how he's managed to do that, but, well, sucks to be him, I guess. Unless that Chevrolet Camaro is planning to have a no-stop strategy, I don't see why he's even in this race. He's so slow. A perennial no-hoper. So the Pescarolo's a great car to drive, actually. I remember having it on the original PlayStation 2 version of the game. It was a fantastic car to drive. What I do like about this game, by the way, if you notice, my right tyres are far more worn than the ones on the left, purely because we're turning in one direction, and that means we're putting a lot more stress on one side of the tyre, and I love that. That's such a nice piece of attention to detail. Yeah, this is going absolutely phenomenally well. I've not actually heard the Judd V10 on that car, but I've heard it in some of the old F1 cars, and you're right, it does sound beautiful. Has a really nice throaty sound, but a lot of the V10s back then sound phenomenal. Recently, Sebastian Vettel bought Nigel Mansell's Williams car from 1992 and ran it at Silverstone using sustainable fuels. And it just sounded gorgeous. Why did you just drift into my path then, Mr. Mercedes driver? Get out of my way. Toto Wolff, get back in your lane. Even though my tyres are not in the best condition, I'm still lapping in like the low 27s, high 28s, which is pretty much what I want, to be honest. It's pretty awesome. Sorry, the high 27s, low 28s even. Oh, And I've hit the wall like an idiot. Yes, it's Renault car Abu Dhabi, I remember that. Yeah, it was a very nice machine. He also drove it at Le Mans one time, I think, as well. He took it to Le Mans for the first time in years. They've not had an F1 car back there since, like, the 50s. So it was cool to see an F1 car tackling Le Mans. Of course, F1 will never return to Le Mans, thanks to what happened in 1955. Now, I'm going to try and hang on and see if I can make my fuel almost run out. If my fuel will run out before my tyres, that's the question. Oh, there's been a crash. Get the blue flags in the air. Get out of my way. Blue flag, blue flag. Yeah, Le Mans 55 we don't need to talk too much about. All I will say is that if anyone is curious, do not Google the images of what happened in the crash. They will haunt you for life. Don't do it is my advice. So lap times at tumbled, we're back in the 29s, but I'm going to try and hang on for as long as I dare, because I have a strategy which is crazy, but if I can make it work, I'm only going to need to stop twice. We're still below 30 seconds, so we're in a good position for that time. Just hit the 30-second window. We're right at the edge now of where we're going to be losing time. We're not there yet. We're right on the edge though, and that's okay. Because if I can make this last even a little bit longer, the strategy will work. Because I should be able to go much faster on the next set of laps. I won't have to stay out as long. Right, now the fuel's hit the limiter and the tyres on the outside have just gone red. This is the window. It's just for fun. I've actually not decided who'd win on that one, but obviously the closer you can be on both, the better. Two units of fuel left, people. I was almost out of fuel. freezing cold tyres. Not the best way to start, but we're getting there. Give me a slipstream, Mr. Teammate. Thank you very much. Yeah, very close. That's racing pit stops for you, Queen. The idea is to get the minimalist of margins. That's the idea. Because my tyres are freezing cold at the moment, they're actually understeering quite badly. So I'm going to need a good 3 laps. See, I've almost plowed into that Mercedes driver there then. And considering how he likes to hit the walls, I don't want to be seeing him too often. There's another car just gone into the pits. So now we're well on our way as we continue our blast at the Japanese NASCAR 200 miles an hour as we fly and attack as much as we dare. Oh yes, now the pace is good. I want to try and pit again around about lap 75 if possible. If I can get that to that kind of distance, this will be an easy dash for the flag. Because realistically I needed a 33, a 34 and a 33, and I did a 37, which is awesome, so I went +3, and that's important because it will be useful for the back end of the race. The back end of the race I want to have as little time required as possible because I don't want to do a splash and dash. Once I'm out for the second stop, that's it. I don't want to stop again. I had to peel a bit left then, that's a bit annoying, we made it. Trying to be a lift and coast in the middle of that corner so I wasn't spinning my tyres all the time, and that would mean I'd be taking less wear out of them as we go. That's the idea anyway. Possibly dropped a bit too much speed there, but it's okay because I've got a nice smooth exit. Nice slingshot. And that's also protecting the tyres, which is a great thing to do. It's all well and good blasting a high speed, but if you're finding that you're going to be burning through your tyres, it's not going to make you much use in the race. Thanks for the slipstream, I appreciate that. A little bit too much understeer there, that's annoying. So I say the lap time, the time that we're getting for our race here is amazing. We're really fast. The tyres are getting in much better condition. Everything feels good. And then teammate, give me a slipstream, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And now I'll repay the favour by giving you a slipstream out of the corner so you can pull away from the Pasquarello Judd. See, that's teamwork, people. Even when I'm lapping him and doing him a favour. So we're at near half race distance, and we are very, very fast indeed. We are on to be, at the moment, potentially be below 50 minutes, and if that's the case, that'd be awesome. He got right in the way then. He literally got right in the way, but as the car that was faster, it was my duty to ensure I didn't hit him. So fortuitously, I made it through, which is fantastic. Oh, hello, that's another car going towards the wall up there. Not sure which car it is, mine. It'll probably be the Mercedes though. That Mercedes likes brick walls for some reason. Yeah, look how wide he's going now. What's he doing? That's one of the worst racing lines I've ever seen. A 2-year-old niece could drive better than that. A couple more cars have already gone into the pits, that's interesting. Oh, now that's how you get close to paint job, people. I could not have got closer to him there if I tried. That's a proper racing driver's manoeuvre. And we set a new fastest lap then as well. Inside line, trying to maximise our speed as much as possible. Unfortunately, that's one thing I won't be able to find out, what the average speed was, because that would have been an interesting test for you all. What's the average speed to complete the race at? But I don't have that facility, I'm afraid. At least I don't think I do. Tag team slipstreaming, that'll do nicely, thank you. So I've got around about 17 more laps to go before I need to pit stop, ideally. mean, realistically, I could go as early as lap 66, but I don't want to. I want to be in the 70s, so I can absolutely all out attack it towards the end. Yeah, that's right, come closer. You're not going to get that close to me yet, mate. So at this point of the race, all you can do is settle down and relax. That's what you got to do at this point. You have to relax into your focus and just try and aim for a set time. Give yourself like a mini barometer to aim for. So you want to try and set yourself, say, a 27.7, a 28.0, and just keep aiming to finish your lap times like that. I actually lost a lot of grip then, because when I pulled out the slipstream, the aero turbulence threw me far to the left. Quite surprised the game featured that as a simulation, but it was still kind of cool. And by focusing on those lap times, then I was able to get out the gas a little bit, but still have plenty in the tank to meet my target. And that's probably the biggest tip I can give anyone when it comes to the endurance races. Is just treat it like you're doing a series of mini races. You want to do the next 10 laps with an average of, say, a 28.1. Then the 10 after that you want a 28.0, and then you might want to aim for a 28.5 to 29 when your tyres start to run out. Just give yourself that kind of mantra to focus on, and it means that you're always breaking things down. If you're seeing the lap time in the corner, 64 of 100, you get the sense of when is this race ever going to end, and that's never fun. Of course, for those of you who are there for the 1,000 miles in the Jag, you know that's something I did quite a lot of, and aiming on my times, taking the Jag round the Côte d'Azur and everywhere else. Like, don't be like this Mercedes driver all over the road. Be smooth, be controlled. I mean, to be fair, this simulated being a Mercedes driver quite well with that. How much of the road did he need? Yes. And all Mercedes drivers around the world now want to queue up and punch me in the face. It's probably deserved. So we've got at least 4 more laps, preferably another 6 or 7 to make the tyres last. Of course, a lot of that's going to be down to the fuel as well, because the fuel was very near the limit last time. We almost were out of fuel. I'm just wondering what the prize car for winning this event is going to be. I'm assuming it's some kind of endurance GT car, but I've no idea which. To be fair, Avian, coffee is always good. Coffee is amazing. It can take it, it'll be fine. So we are now into the 70th lap. Anywhere between this and 74 will be a massive win, and we will be well set for a massive blistering run to the line. I just had to slow down a lot more than usual then, but it's okay because I've got the time in the bank. Being in the 29s for lap time is not bad. That's not bad at all. Even being in the 31s to the 32s is probably going to be more than enough, given the amount of times I've lapped the field, but I want to make sure I stamp my authority on this race where I can. So we want to keep our focus. We don't want to give up now. This is the time where we need to really dig deep. I'm keeping an eye on that on the fuel gauge. We're yet to hit the total red. We're yet to hit the whiteout point. Once that happens, we are pitting. Because in this game, if you run out of fuel, you get locked to 50 miles an hour until you can make it back to the pits, and it's a very annoying feeling. Not quite as annoying as taking the Mercedes Benz Motorwagen from 1886 round here that time, but it's up there. Oh god, that better not be the prize for this, another car like that. I will not be happy if that's what I get. I will be extremely unhappy if that's my reward. Making sure I don't follow that Mercedes. End of this lap, we're into the pits, and we'll be well on time to finish in one stop. Well, admittedly, Queen, you're right. You're quite right. If you run out of fuel, that should be it. You should be over. Your race should end. You can't go any further, you're out of fuel. I completely agree with you. But this game's not simulated that. Yeah, so once again, we're very, very nearly out of fuel, but I'm going to actually let the fuel go all the way to the top. Even though I could probably stop it at like 60 or so, I don't want to take any chances. I don't want to have to splash and dash. I'd rather take the pain of carrying a bit more fuel. I'll save a few seconds by stopping short, but it's more than enough. So the pit limiter's removed, and off we go. Oh, that happened to you in Gran Turismo 6 at Spa. Oh, damn, that's not good, Joe. That must not have been fun. You were probably saying coulez-vous quite a lot that day. I know I would be. So now we're into the final stretch, and this, as I say, for an endurance race, this is one of the easier ones because it's just all about speed. It's great. Swear words go brr. Yep, been there and done that many a time, both on live stream and in my private gaming. I'm going to split the atom here. That was a very, very risky play, but we got away with it. Oh! Oh! You've tried to take me out, you dirty, rotten driver. Henri Pasquarolo getting aggressive. It certainly seems someone didn't like that avian. You're not wrong. Into this Camaro slipstream, and yep, you're not wrong, Joe. This race goes very quickly. When you're in a car like mine, you can go very, very fast indeed. It's one of the fastest races you'll see. It's amazing. It's all about high speed. We are going very, very fast indeed. Got the brakes in the right position there, took as much stress out of the tyre as we could, and we are into the final 15 laps, people. The final 15. This could be a very, very short race indeed. I'm actually not sure what times everyone put, so if you can all do me a favour and re-put your times up, that would be very, very useful. And if you try and cheat, I'll be able to use the live chat feature to go back and check it, so don't cheat. Don't be like me, driving the Audi TT, the DTM car in the TT Cup, blowing everyone into the seaweed because I can. Oh, he shot right across me, knowing full well I was about to lap him. Excellent, so we've got 3 different guesses here. So you all thought I'd be much tougher on my tyres than I have been. No one appears to be getting the pit stop one right, as it looks like I might be able to do this on an amazing 2-stop strategy. Considering the speed I've been going, that's pretty impressive. However, the question... Oh, interestingly, that Nissan, the R89 is now in 2nd place. Are Nissan going to secure an unlikely 1-2? In terms of who's going to win overall, though, that could be very interesting indeed, because we've only got 11 laps to go. We've just hit 43 minutes, as you can see by the timer in the top of the screen. We're going a long way around here. We're taking the wide NASCAR line. Oh wait, no, there's the Nissan in the pits. They're splashing and dashing, and I think because of that, the Toyota Minolta is going to go back into 2nd place. You were going to put 2 stops, then reconsider, Queen. Oh dear. Always go where you gut. Go where you gut, don't think. First thing you train me. Courtesy of Leon Kennedy towards Jack Krause, that one. are doing a very, very fast run here. We're going very fast indeed. We are very near the end of this race, and I very nearly twitched into the wall then because I wasn't paying attention. I'm actually intrigued who's going to win out on the tyres, because there's a bit of a gap between the tyres, but with this being an endurance race, anything is possible in terms of the laps. Oh, especially when that Mercedes crashes. Wow, he literally wiped out. Not long now, 5 laps to go, people. We're almost at the end. Oh, so close. We're nearly the end. 3 laps to go, people. As the 2-stop strategy has held out. Unbelievably close. Stole an extra draft. We've got 2 laps left, people. 2 laps. And this could be a very tight result depending on what the overall lap time is going to be here. This could be incredibly close. Not a good time to hit traffic. Especially those 2 cars. And here we are, the final lap, people. We are on the final lap. We're going to celebrate with the pit crew as we cross the finish line. 48.23. 3 minutes 23 seconds out was Exeter. Whereas, if it's a 48.23, 4 minutes and 7 seconds out was Queen. Exeter takes it by just 30 seconds. A 100-lap race, and you managed to be just 30 seconds apart on average from each other. That's pretty impressive. You both are awesome. There was 30 seconds over a 100-lap race. That's insane. That is absolutely mental. I don't know how many laps behind they finished. It doesn't matter. we still won. So what's our prize? We have won the Honda NSX-R prototype LM race car from 2002. That's a very nice machine indeed. That is nice. And it's in a complete amazing red. Beautiful colour, very nice design, excellent machine. So there's quite a few other endurance races here, but a lot of the ones after this are very, very long, so they're going to take time to do. Although we do have the El Capitan and New York 200 miles. They could be quite fun, depending on what kind of cars turn up. So as a result of that, we are at 70.6%. Amazing. We're in a very good position here, must be said. Oh yes. Now the question is, have I got any events in here I've not done, apart from the Formula GT, which I can't do because I need a Formula 1 car. So, there's not much I can do that. I doubt there's anything in the professional events. I'm pretty sure I've done all these. Apart from a couple of races that were not won in the Gran Turismo World Championship, which I could go back to just for a laugh. I doubt there's anything missing here. Yep, they're all done as well. So it's all the random tournaments now. It's all the random, like, one-make manufacturers that we've got to do, I think. Out of curiosity, what are the Nissans? Exetel, you won by 30 seconds. It was a 30-second difference between you and Queen at the end after a 100-lap race. How did you do that? Seriously, how? How did you do that? Right, we're going to go and buy a 1990s Nissan Micra. As it's known over here in the UK, but in this game it will be known as the Nissan March. I want to see if one exists. A couple of Skylines, 240 SXs. I'm hoping to find a used one rather than buy a new one. I want to buy a used car. Some nice, like, Skylines and that in here, but I've already got a Skyline. No. Okay. What about the other used showroom then? Where are you? Here we are. I might have to get one from the 1980s. The reason I want to buy a used one is because it's a small hatchback. I don't want to waste money on a brand new one. But I might have no option here. Let's just try the historic one, out of curiosity. See if we can get one of the really ancient ones. Fairlady Z, Skyline, B87, Canopy, Sylvia, POW, Skyline. No, I'm going to have to buy a new one. That's frustrating. That's really annoying. Never mind. Ah, so the kitty climbed to places not allowed, such as the fish tank. So down, kitty. Get down. Yeah, there's the Nissan Micra. 10,000 credits. Yes. Oh, God. Welcome back to the 70s and the smooth sound of the Nissan Cube. Yeah, it's going to have to be the cheap one. Right, the question is, can I get it in a really silly colour? Techno grey? Well, does it start playing like Darude and Sash songs when you start driving it? Is that what happens? But a bit of the Prodigy comes on the radio. Arctic white. Silica's not bad. Kiwi, kind of cute. Nah. Flame red, and then Aruba blue. I actually quite like the Kiwi colour, so I'm going to go with Kiwi. Yes, that's right, people. We're buying a Nissan Micra. Oh, yeah. It's the March, brothers, so the March is what the Micra was known as, so it should, fingers crossed, be legal. If it's not, I'm going to be very annoyed. Oh, apparently we could have raced the Nissan Cube here, and the POW and the B, so I could have used an old car after all. Never mind, I've already bought a new one now. It's not snot green. It's Kiwi. Oh yeah, the other green, yeah. Bleh. I was like, nah, no. Let's steal some extra horsepower by changing the oil. This music is very upbeat, it has to be said. Not that's a bad thing. Right, time to put some tyres onto this car and a little bit of extra power. But before I do that, I'll actually go to the tuning shop rather than the races, because I'm an idiot. 99 horsepower. Ah, oh yeah. I have a feeling I know what car I'm going to get for this, and if it's the car I think it is, it's going to be annoying. It's a car I'll never want to use. Yeah, we'll put a stage 3 NA tune. We'll go with a naturally aspirated engine, so we don't have turbo lag. We're going to go naturally aspirated. I'm half tempted to put some sport soft tyres on rather than racing tyres, but I might need the racing tyres. Let's see how expensive they are. That's the question. And we'll put a new racing chip in there to get us to 200 brake horsepower. Not bad for a hatchback. That's pretty good. So they're 5,000, whereas mediums are 20. I can afford it. I'm going to put some medium tyres on, screw it. Get some extra grip. It's potentially we are thinking about the car, but we shall see. If it's the one I think it is a car I have driven in a driving mission, and it wasn't much fun to drive, to be honest. It wasn't very good. But here we are. So, we're back to the slow cars, people, and we're starting with 4 laps of the Autumn Ring Mini. So the usual rules apply. When the timer is at 30 seconds on screen for the first lap, at that point, your times are locked out. So you have a chance to decide how long the race is going to take. So watch out for a bit. See what kind of pace and lap time we're doing, as we are driving in a bubbly hatchback car. It's a shame that I can't get this in pink. That would have been a nice Top Gear Easter egg. When Richard Hammond had to drive a cabriolet version of this in pink in his hometown as punishment for going on daytime television. Starting with a 4-minute dead from Joe. Oh, okay. I'm surprised that this car feels a bit nippy, actually. I'm quite surprised. .423 from Exetel, a 345 from Queen. And Avian goes for a 336. So we've got some unusual guesses here, to say the least. Remember, there's 4 laps involved, so this might be faster than you think it's going to be, people. In fact, it's going to be quite considerably quicker than some of you might think. You all may be way off the mark here. Yes, the naturally aspirated engine does seem to have far less lag. It seems to be carrying a lot more speed out of the corners because its revs don't get held up by the turbo. Oh yes. This car is surprisingly fun to drive. It's actually not as bad as this. I thought the Civic was awful, but this feels a bit easier to point and squirt into the corners. I'm quite impressed by it, to be honest. Oh yeah, the front tyres, because it's front wheel drive, the front tyres heat up far faster than the rears. That's the problem with front wheel drive cars, because you're not only driving the power of the engine, but you're turning corners, so it just chews your tyres to pieces. On a regular road car, it's not a big deal because road tyres are designed to last for hundreds of thousands of miles. But on racing tracks, yeah, front-wheel drive cars are a little bit of a liability, to say the least. That's why most cars are rear-wheel drive. Well, that was quite a bit nippier than I thought, and we did it in 2:54. Well, by default, Avian wins that one, but a massive 42 seconds outside the time. So it's got a little more speed than we expected in this car. This car is quite a bit faster than I thought it was going to be. And that's not a problem. That's a good thing. So the 2003 Nissan Micra, the replacement for the March, has certainly done a great start. You could say it's stolen the March. Right, so we've got the Suzuka East Course, 3 laps. We have a grid start. So you got 30 seconds, which will start from the moment the timer ends. So your timer starts in 3, 2, 1. You got 30 seconds from now, people. 30 seconds. .230 and 250 already on the board, so we've got plenty of time yet. Remember, there's 3 laps here today, so it's a question of 2:45 to split the atom, because why not? One more entry awaited at the minimum here. Are we going to get it in time? That's the question. The answer appears to be no. Winning is winning as far as you're concerned, Avian. So the first lap was just over a minute, so it'll be interesting to see just how much faster we go on the next ones, because depending on that lap time, this could be a tight finish. Oh, we maxed out at 120. The gearbox has let us down. Yeah, you missed your cue this time, unfortunately, Queen. You are sat on the bench. You cannot take part. No, I'd have turned away for a moment if I could, Queen. I'd have turned away as well. Yeah, so unfortunately the gearbox is letting us down. We can't go any faster if we wanted to. We've got a little pocket rocket here, it would seem. But if the price car's what I think it's going to be a car which is kind of cool but also pretty useless. As we dash for the line. And the winner with a 2:59 is Joe Duke. 9 seconds out that time. Much closer. Very well done. As a 188-power Nissan Micra is dominating. Oh yeah. So we have one final race, and it's at Grand Valley Speedway. Now, are we doing the East Course, the West Course, or the full course? What are we doing? Let's find out. We're doing Grand Valley East in reverse for 2 laps. We don't have a grid start. So 30 seconds, once the time hits 30 seconds on the screen, that is when you are officially timed out. We're doing this in reverse. We're doing the East course. So you got up to 30 seconds on the clock. We've already had 3 seconds start. Get your times in there. We've got 2 laps of this race. So the question is, just how slow are we going to go? Nice guess for 2 minute 20. That's not a bad start. A 2:45 from Joe. So we've got a bit of a disparity. 2:37 and 2:30, so an interesting spread of bets here from the times. Not a bad gap at all. The question is just how fast or slow are we going to be in the Nissan Micra. Very nice car, this actually. Very well course, and the car is going very well. For a little hatchback, it's actually fun to drive. I don't feel as like out of control in the car. It doesn't feel as difficult to get it into the corners. Yeah, it's a little bit gutless, I must admit that. I could do a little more from the engine, but it's not in a bad way. Now this could get very, very interesting for times here, actually. Because at the moment, we're on for an interesting duel towards the end. Assuming the second lap goes correct, this could get very interesting. Oh, massive torque steer then. I got huge amounts of torque steer. That was not fun. The worried eyes from Joe Duke. Don't worry, Joe. I wasn't talking about you. The question is just what's our time going to be? This is going to be tight. It was a 2:40.466. So 3.5 seconds trumps 4.5 seconds. Avian steals it. Very, very tight indeed. Very tight. Yes, it's exactly what I feared it was going to be. The world's most pointless touring car. If you turn up to the BTCC driving that, they would laugh at you. Look at the state of that. It's not even a nice colour. Oh, we're going for full rub it in mode, are we, Avian? It's time for the victory dance. Is that what it's about? Oh, what have I come back there for? I didn't mean to go to the license centre. We're now at 71.1%. Oh, yeah. We're really, really reveling in this now, aren't we, people? Now, the question is, what are the events that I've got? There is a BMW race, yeah? The 1 Series and the M Series. Do I have any Do I have a Beamer? That's the question. Do I have a Beamer? I'm not sure. I have the BMW M3 race car, the Need for Speed Legend. If there's no restrictions, this will count. And I've never driven it, so because I've never driven it, the first thing I'm going to do is change the oil. It's interesting because this, you might think, is a DTM car, but if you notice, the car, if you let it scroll around for a second, look underneath the front wing, it has GT, so this might have actually been a Le Mans car, believe it or not, rather than a DTM car. So I think this was a Le Mans GT car, like a GT1 or a GT2. I don't believe this was a DTM car, and that's fascinating. Now, let's quickly take a look at what we come equipped with. Yeah, we have medium tyres, that's fine. I get the feeling that's going to be all maxed out. This is a BMW, so the likelihood is... it's got to be done. It has to be done, people. I'm going to make this a very fast machine indeed. And it'll keep the rotor clean. Yes, and it's a championship, people. We are turning up in the BMW M3. So we're in the Club M, and we're hoping to win something pretty special here because it's a championship event. And the question is, how good are we going to be? We've got 2 laps of El Capitan reverse. Usual rules apply, people. You have 30 seconds to decide your time for the race. Because whatever time it's going to be a lot faster than these cars. I can tell you that for free. Yes, M3. The reason I said that is there's a bit of an Easter egg to one of the Top Gear guests who said that. It was Usain Bolt. He said when he first got his big money, he wanted to get a fast car. And he was like, I got a BMW M3. It's just like the M3. It's always stuck in my mind. So we have a 255 on the board already from Joe Duke, and I understeered there. 304 from an Avian. That's good. 247 from Exetel. Brilliant. Okay. And these tyres are freezing cold. I can't warm them up. 2 minutes? No, that's too fast. This car's not that good, Queen. I can tell you that for free. Not around El Capitan. It's not that fast. You see, for your time to account with, Queen, I'd already need to cross the start-finish line. So there's no way, I'm afraid. That's a very ambitious guess. You say it as a joke. Yeah, no, as I say, but mine was a joke as well. I was taking the mick. So this is quite a nice car to drive, but it's not as planted as the Audi was. The Audi was amazing. Had so much extra grip. So, yeah, true, if Haru was driving, we might have done it. It was insane. Oh, we spun out. We've actually spun. I don't believe it. The moment I saw you say that grip on the hill, I spun out, Joe. The moment you typed that, I spun out. We've actually had our first spin for... We've not had a spin for a while. We've not had that for a while. That's going to completely change the times of the race. Yes, indeed. Absolutely, Avian. Jinx. You're not wrong. That was a jinx. Whoa! I literally took off. I took off. Wow. Okay, this car evidently is not as heavy as you think it is. It couldn't even stay on the ground. It took off. The car wanted to yeet itself out of the game. That's a bit of a dick move. I'm gonna yeet myself. Who do you think you are? Peter Dunbrack's Mercedes CLR in 1999. I'm not driving the Mercedes CLR game. I'm back in the BMW M3. Get back in your lane. So the time, anyway, was 3:34.7. Well, that one went straight to Avian. Admittedly, the 2 spins made it a bit more your ballpark than it should have been, but you guessed the numbers, so they can't. So on to the next race in the championship, as the BMW M3 race car is quite a bit more powerful. We're now doing Apricot Hill Raceway, and we have 3 laps here. 3. So with that in mind, we have 3 laps in the M3, because of course we do. Get your guesses in, the usual rules apply. 30 seconds on the timer, at that point you are locked down. Oh! Now that makes sense. Yep, the Beagle wants to be let out, so off your stool, human. You have duties to do. So a 3:35 from Queen, not a bad guess that actually. A 3:25 from Joe, ambitious. And then a 4 minutes from Exeter, which is a bit more leisurely, a bit more smooth. Although going off circuit there is not going to make me go fast. I'll tell you that for free. This car likes understeer, it seems. It likes to understeer towards the wall, which is rather annoying, to say the least. So for this car, this championship, for winning it, do you know what we could get now? Think about it. We could get something like a really old school BMW M car, like, you know, the 1980s M5 or the BMW M2, something like that, something a bit different. Well, that felt so much nicer through the corner now. Seems that the tyres warming up has made a big difference. Car feels much more planted and smooth to drive now. Yeah, much easier to get into the bends. Much easier. On to the final lap of the race. Bit too greedy on the curb then. I got a tyre on the dirt and it slowed me down quite a lot. Yeah, you see where I've got a bit greedy on the curb there. Thinking I can go a bit faster than I actually can. Having overconfidence in my talent, which is not very much talent in the first place. But it's okay because I'm in charge and all is good. Gone a bit deep, but we'll get away with it on the karting line. Missed the apex there. That was poor. Very, very poor apex, that. That was more like it. And a time of 3:54. Well, that's definitely extra tails by quite a long distance. Very, very well played. Only 5.1 seconds out as well. Impressive. Very impressive. Back on form, Exeter. You've taken one more scalp. Red Bull once again looking for your location. We're heading on to race number 3. Oh. Of all the fucking circuits, we are at Opera Paris. Ugh. Right, people. You got 30 seconds on the clock. And I just want to get out of here. I fucking hate this track. And yes, it hates me, I know. So we got a 4 minutes, oh no we don't, we have a 4:30 and a 5:45 so far. You still got time to guess, people, get your guesses in there. 5:20 and any more bits. 5 minutes 54, you think it's going to take a while this one, and I don't really blame you because it's not the most fun to drive this circuit. This is so far looking relatively okay, actually. It's not too bad. So we've got 3 more laps to go. Or as Mario would say, here we go! Why have I decided to say that on stream? Because you were all mentioning Mario Kart earlier. Blame you. You planted that seed, people. You're welcome. Oh, bit of a bump there. The car did not like that at all. The car did not like that bump. Oh, that was very ambitious braking. I braked way too late then. We have just become an accordion. There is absolutely no doubt about that. We were smashed and bashed beyond all recognition. Don't let the fact that I'm still in the race confuse you, people. We are now very much in my head as I'm being stretchered off to the hospital because that car is totally toast after that crash. I can tell you that for free. severe understeer at times in this car. Not a bad car, don't get me wrong, but it likes to understeer. It likes to go a bit too tight into the bend. I'm just glad that I'm racing this in a car that's so quick, because I don't have to worry about getting out of the events at much speed. It's great fun. In a regular road car, this would have not been fun at all. The maths seem to be in the favour of Avian, according to Joe. This could be quite interesting. But we've still got time yet. Anything can happen. You saw me do 2 spectacular spin-outs at El Capitan. And admittedly, they went in Avian's favour as well, so she's probably chancing along for it. I know I would if I was them. Now, interestingly, we might actually lap part of the field on this one. We might actually be going so quick, we might actually lap someone. I don't think we will, but it's going to be close. Maximum speed, up to the edge of the wall, looking good. So I mean about the understeer. The understeer is pretty bad. my maths, I have to kind of use them in my job, but I'm not brilliant at it, I must admit. And a new fastest lap right at the end. And it was a 5:17.333, which is in the favour of Avian. Great choice. Less than 2.5 seconds away from the goal. That's awesome. Sometimes you just get used to winging the numbers and running them your own way. Oh, it's Suzuka Circuit. And I think this is the full circuit. If I'm right, we're doing the full circuit of Suzuka. We are indeed. It's the full circuit. We've got 2 laps. Usual rules apply, people. 30 seconds of 3, 2, 1. Your 30-second window opens now. 30 seconds open now. So we've got all the guesses in. Interesting mix. A 3:45 from Joe, a 3:15 from Extail, a solid 3 minutes from Queen. That's possibly a bit ambitious, to be honest. And then a 3:32, just to be a little awkward, from Avian. So this could be interesting to say the least. But we're not doing too bad for time thus far. We're on a decent lap time as it is. So it's a good question of exactly how close to the edge we're going to be. I think realistically, I'm not sure who's going. I think probably from what I can tell so far, the closest guess is going to be Joe's, but we shall see. It depends how quick we are down to the 130R. Yes, I'm such a rapper, people. I'm dropping spit bombs here, aren't I? Is this car good enough to go flat through here? Amazingly, yes. That's awesome. I did not think that this car would go flat through there. But I got on the brakes a little too late there. Here we go, into the S's. Very flowing section of the circuit if you get your line right, but it's not the easiest. Thread the needle, always trying to get maximum revs, maximum power. Yeah, the Z is a good barometer. It depends on how close to the beamer it is. That's the only issue with that test. You can never be sure just how good. It's like the Takata NSX, for instance. There's no way of telling if that's a fast one or not. It's so close. Yeah, I'm afraid I've not got one of those, Queen. Sorry to say. Into Spoon. Not bad. Right, I'm going to try again. I'm going to go flat through here. Flat through the 130R in a GT car. That's awesome. That's grip. So evidently this car is designed for high-speed aero rather than low-speed. A 3 minutes 50, that is Joe's for the taking. Absolutely no doubt about it. And I agree, the Takata's not that brilliant, Joe. I agree with you. The JT500 is not brilliant. As we continue our marathon sprint to win this championship. Not this time, Avian. It was Joe who won that one. Sorry to say, those sweetest words in the English language will need to be on ice for a little while longer. I believe this next race is going to be the final one in this mini championship. So the question is, just which one? It's the Nürburgring Nordschleife. It's one lap, but we are around the Nürburgring. Bearing in mind, this is a 12.89 mile circuit. You have 45 seconds. I'm going to give you an extra 15 seconds for you all to look at the track map and think just how fast or slow I'm going to be. And the timer starts the moment the clock starts ticking. So you have 45 seconds from now. Now bear in mind, this is the Nürburgring Nordschleife. It's a very, very long circuit. I know what kind of time I choose, but we've got a very interesting pair of guesses already. You've still got time to change them if you're not confident, remember. There's 45 seconds. Just because you've guessed once does not mean you have to stick with it. You can change it. You have the time. So we've got a very interesting spread of guesses. An ambitious 4 minutes from Queen. Sorry to say, but that's out. I can tell you that for free. 4 minutes 40 from Exeter, ditto. I'm afraid they're both out. But the interesting duel is 6:15 from Joe and 7 from Avian. That's going to be tight, especially when I go off the circuit, because I've underestimated the braking points. This is where the duel happens. 6:15 versus 7. This is going to be interesting. Now, I personally would have gone with 7:07, the time from the S license for gold. That's the time I'd have gone for. But I'll be interested to see if I'm massively underselling my pace, or if there's some massive confidence in my pace from everybody else. We shall find out, because this car's gripping very, very well, actually. It's gripping the corners beautifully. Yes, indeed, Queen. Avians was closest to my guess, but it doesn't mean that my guess is the right one. So we shall find out when we get to the finish line. And I'm not going to slow down to get my own time. I am going flat out, I promise you. I'm not trying to engineer the results by proxy, because I'm not giving any prizes away for it, so I don't need to. Yeah, the dots from the enemy don't count on this one, Queen. A lot of my cars have been quite a bit faster than the opposition, so you have to focus on the actual lap time from the car itself rather than what the opponents are doing. You're almost at sign-off time for work for the long weekend, are you, Avian? That's amazing. Just about kept that on the island then. And same there too. And I say, you might be okay with me engineering a lap time in your favour, but trust me, I'm on all-out attack here. So this takes me back to those days when I was a member of the Ring Diaries on online. I'd love to see if that site still exists actually, and if it does, maybe I should go back there and just sign in and say, hey everybody, I've not been back from the Gran Turismo 4 era. Thing is, well, you can't really engineer a time on this track, it's so bloody long, it's impossible. But this is where it could get interesting because of the time, because we're going to be going flat out for quite a while in a minute. And this is where the difference between Joe's and Avian's times will be truly tested. Time to do a U-Hark Ankerton. Driving one-handed at 190 miles an hour. So it's the case of splitting the difference. If we get to about 640, this is where it's going to be tight. However, with a difference of only 12 seconds, that one goes to Joe. And amazingly, Joe, if you'd gone with your original guess, you'd have only been 2 seconds off. Either way, victory is yours. Yeah, so Queen, you were only 2 minutes and 25 seconds out. It's fine. It's nothing. It's fine. Yes. I know that's a nasty thing for me to say. And the championship bonus as well. So the question is, what's our prize car going to be? That's what I want to know. Let's get ready. We have won the BMW M3 GTR road car. So it's basically a road-going version of the car that I've just used to dominate the championship. I'm not going to complain. It's pretty cool. Yeah, Exetel, definitely another BMW. It's a manufacturer's event, so we're always going to win that. Right, so that's a 1 Series trophy. But first of all, let's quickly go save our game and look at our progress. We're now at 72.1. So we're going to try and do a few more, because it might be possible for me to hit the 75% completion. And that might get us unlock us a new car. I've got the SL challenge. Do I have a Mercedes SL? Do I have an SL? I don't think I do. I might have to buy one. And if I do, that's kind of annoying, but it's okay. That doesn't count, surely. I've got the CLK touring car. Yep, it has carbon parts at least. You're not wrong, Joe. That's pretty awesome. And I know where is finish up and then get ready for dinner. Fair enough, Avian. No problem at all. You enjoy the rest of your evening. So, the SL. Yeah. So I think, yeah, that'd be the car I'd get. The SL. Oh, the SL 600. I mean, I could, if I really wanted to, be a massive Burke and spend 600,000 on the SLR McLaren. I could spend an absolute ton of money. Well, I don't know if the SLR McLaren counts. And I'd rather not waste 600,000 credits if the car's not going to be legal. So, as expensive as it's going to be, we are going to treat ourselves to the SL66. That's the car we're going to get. We're going to get ourselves a Spider. Now, we can have brilliant silver. Yes, silver, not silver, people. It's silver. Alabaster Vice. Alabaster Vice. Cubanite Silver. Travertin Beige. Teller Silber. Jaspis Blau. Topaz Blau. Tanzanite Blau. Schwarz. Smaragd-Schwarz. Obsidian Schwarz. Andretic Gun. Bernstein Rot. And Feuer Opel. But apparently the SLR McLaren is one of the cars that we face off against, is it? Alright, fine. In that case, we're going to have a Crystal Galaxit Silver or Crystal Galaxit Black. I mean, in terms of choice, they're both very, very beautiful. But I think we're going to be back in black. We're spending a lot of money. We are going to spend a lot of cash. And I am definitely putting some racing tyres on this car. Why? Because I remember driving Mission 34 on sports mediums. And it sucked. And I'm sure you all remember driving Mission 34 as well, don't you people? Oh yeah, you were there. You were there with that one. And that's for Back in Black. I wasn't intended to reference AC/DC. I was thinking more Black Sabbath, but yeah, Back in Black's their album. Makes perfect sense. And none more black is Spinal Tap, of course. How more black can it be? Well, none. None more black. Yes, very catchy theme, this one, isn't it? Oh, there's new missions. Interesting. So with the randomizer mod, there's some new missions to do. Interesting, that. I mean, the randomizer mod... No, doesn't count. So after all that, the car doesn't even count. We can't use it. We can't use the SLR McLaren. We just wasted 650,000 credits. We just wasted a lot of money, people. We've wasted a lot of cash. And because it auto-saves, I can't change it back. So with that in mind, I can always use it in another event somewhere. We're going to go with a red car. We're going to go red. We're going to have a red Spider. But I'm definitely going to tune this up a little bit. But if you're right, Joe, that this car turns up as an opponent, then it proves the computer is a cheat. And if that's the case, I don't mind dominating it. But it's fine, it's a nice car. I've got it in my collection at least. And I can always sell some other cars. I can always do some grinding. Oh, hell, I can just put the cheat in for more money. So... It's not like it's the end of the world, people. You know, I could literally just go on Google now and just Google Gran Turismo 4 cheats and get the cheat for 10 million credits. So it's not like we're in a desperate situation here, to say the least. It's fine. All is good. But for the randomizer mod, when I eventually do that run, that will be a prize cars only run, because any prize car could happen. And that could make things very, very, very interesting indeed. You've won the Sunday Cup. Here, have the Toyota Minolta Group C Le Mans car. Ah, you won the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Here, have a Honda Civic. You know, that's the kind of situation that could happen, people. And that could be hilarious. Has this car got 600 horsepower? Did I read that right? Okay. This car will be fine. I just need to put a few minor little parts in it to make it a bit more powerful, and we'll be sorted. It's a Mercedes-Benz, but we can't naturally aspirate it. That's interesting. So we'll just put a few more powerful get up to 700 brake horsepower, and we'll be away with the fairies going brr, I think. So if the SLR McLaren does turn up, I will be using the V12 to absolutely destroy. Yes, the nice V12 SL. And it'll be interesting to see what Mercedes we get. If it turns out to be an SLR McLaren, I'll be very, very annoyed. But I can always sell it at least. Yep, so we are clearly in the car. There's no problem here. And it's not a championship, so we've only got 3 races. So we start with Apricot Hill. Yes, you won the track you hated the most. Here's some scrap metal. That would happen to me. So, again, we've got 4 laps of Apricot Hill. 30-second rule, people. Put your guesses down and we'll go from there. Oh, there's an old SL there. If I only had to choose one brand, which brand would I choose? Well, if I only had to choose one brand, it would have to be a Jag. I couldn't choose anything but a Jag. So a guess of 4 minutes 7 already from exit tail. Interesting choice. We got a 5 on a 5:05. Oh wow, okay. 2 very close guesses at the top of the tree here. So this car's got a lot of straight line speed. I'll give it that much. But you feel the nose dip there. That's because the engine is right in the front. So the engine just pulls up. You'd have a Beamer with your exit tail. Beamers are good, to be fair. Beamers are cool. Oh, very twitchy on the braking then. This car's somewhat of an animal to drive. But it's fine. Now we're up to speed. Oh yes, this car is now feeling a little more alive and in control. Oh, apart from that bend there, it does not like that bend. Something about the undulation ruins it. So this car could be fun at somewhere like El Capitan with all the bumps and jumps. This car could be quite hilarious to drive. But I get the feeling that we're in for a relatively slow lap here. I think we could be as long as 6 minutes. Keep on keeping ourselves flat out, trying to get as much power out of the car as we can. We're drifting wide, we're burning the tyres, and all is good. Yeah, if we go on the Nürburgring again, that could be quite interesting to say the least. Not bad at all. But the tyres are wearing out very badly. Have you noticed the front right tyre is already bald almost? I'm concerned by the tyre wear in this car. The tyre wear is very, very high. I'm very surprised at the tyre wear. Well, we've already done the one event that gave us the touring car, so I'm not sure if it's going to be this one. It might be though, because obviously Mercedes are associated with the Nürburgring. It was one of their big events and big races. So the Nürburgring was very much their big part of their racing heritage. So it wouldn't surprise me if the Mercedes Championship we got here ends on the Nordschleife. So we are far, far, far away from home. Yes. We're almost home, people. We're almost made it. And these tyres are shot. Look at that front right tyre. That tyre has died in less than 4 laps. That's appalling. A time of 5:44. Wow, way longer than we expected. And Joe takes it by default. Evidently the pace in this car is quite, despite having 600 and odd horsepower, it's not very fast. And that's a disappointment, considering the amount of money it costs to buy as well. This one's going to take a while, I'm afraid, people. That's just how it goes. The question is, what's our next race going to be? How far are we? We are at Fuji. Okay. So, we are at the Fuji Speedway. Which layout are we and how many laps? That's the question. We're in the 80s version, so it's the fast version, and we have 4 laps. So usual rules apply, people. You've got 30 seconds from when the timer starts on the screen. That's in 3, 2, 1. 30 seconds start now. Go, go, go. Get your guesses in the chat. Oh, you absolute blithering idiot. Use your door mirrors, you moron. Yes. The road rage is back, people. We are back. So we've got a 5:30 and then a 5:40. Nice. We've got a 10-second gap at this moment and then a 6 minutes at the back from Queen. So, yes, pretty interesting spread there. We've got a spread of 30 seconds. The question is, who is going to be closest? Is anyone going to get it right? I don't know. Can I stop the car without going off the circuit? That's another question. Well, this is looking a bit more promising, people, isn't it? This is looking way faster. Gotta get on the brakes relatively early here. That's a fantastic question, Queen. Can I finish the race without having to pit? I mean, these tyres looked absolutely terrible at Apricot Hill, but the tyre wear here may be better. We'll find out as we go. I will say this car feels a lot more suited to this circuit than it did the race that we had previously. It feels much more planted here compared to Apricot Hill. It feels a lot better. Still has some wobbles, but it's not as bad as it was. And the tyre wear is looking quite a lot better, so with any luck we're going to be in a much stronger position at the end. The biggest problem is not necessarily the weight, it's the weight distribution. The engine block pulls the car under braking, so you get lots of issues with that, and also it gets a bit, it feels like, despite being a sports car, it feels like it's got a very high centre of gravity, so you feel in the car wibble and wobble a lot more than it should, if you know what I mean. That's why I'm leaning on the tyres a bit more. Because it's like, despite having all this horsepower, it's not spinning up the wheels all the time, which is kind of surprising. I'd expect with 700 horsepower, the rear wheels to be just lighting the tyres up. But that's not happening, which is a real surprise. That's quite a good thing. But it's like here, these high-speed corners, the car just doesn't have the confidence to stay planted at all, because it's just flailing wide each time. But it's perfectly drivable. It's perfectly livable. See, it took that corner very, very well, and it had no real issue getting around the bend. So sometimes it can actually get very good handling. It just seems to reach its limit of its grip quite easy compared to most cars. Being a standard road car with weight, then that's not really much of a surprise, because it's not designed to be like an F1 racer. Or a touring car. Yeah, this is looking pretty strong. We've got a decent run here on this track. It's going quite well. Oh, big switch then. Well, we're not going to lap the field, but we're not going to lap anybody. We're going to come bloody close. And it was a 5:19.5. Joe gets it by 10.5 seconds. Nice. The grip that we're getting from the tyres and the power that's going down is working beautifully in our favour. So we're good. We're in a very good position. And that's race 2 of this event done, and there's one more to go. And we're going to be taking on what I think is El Capitan, I think. Yes, we're going to El Capitan. This will be nice. This should be good fun. So this is a track which is quite undulating, quite unpredictable, with jumps and bumps and very blind bends. This is not going to be fun to drive. I'm not going to have fun here. So 4 laps of this as well. This is going to take a while. I will say that for free. So you got 4 laps. You got 30 seconds starting now to get your guesses in there, people. 4 laps of El Capitan. How slow am I going to be? So we got a 6:30 from Max Tail and 8:15 from Joe. Wow, that's a long one. And a 7:30 from Queen. So we got a nice spread there. Quite an interesting spread. 45 seconds apart, literally, for each one. So that's quite intriguing. Well, not quite. There's a minute between one and 45 seconds on the other. Joe will now be praying for 2-minute laps. And also, can the tyres last? That's going to be the key question here. That's my biggest concern. With all these bumps and high bends, the tyres could take an absolute pounding. The dirt won't help. Well, it's early in the race yet, Joe. You might be surprised. Let's have a look. Very close to spinning. That was very close to spinning out. And as you say, if there's a pit stop involved, that's going to change this race completely, Joe. You are not out of this yet, my friend. It's still early. And if I do have to pit, that's going to cause a problem. Because I don't know if I'm going to get enough time to come out in first place. That was a very twitchy moment on the final corner. This car does not like the undulating surface that's riding over here in El Capitan, which I'm guessing is somewhere like Colorado, judging by all the pines and everything else. Of course, this track never came back, so we don't know where it was in the world, sadly. But thank you for that, Joe. I'm glad that you liked the save there. It was not a bad effort, but ooh, a bit twitchy to say the least. Nice use of the rumble strip on the outside. Liking the air horns from the crowd as the Mercedes comes romping into view. This is very, very much a quicker lap. We're in the 144s now, so that could be interesting. Just about stopped myself going into the wall then. Trying to avoid leaning on the tyre on the outside. If I can do that, I might be able to make the tyres last. Problem is, this course has got quite a lot of long, medium to high speed corners. So you are naturally going to lean. Doesn't help when you get dragged towards the sand like that. So it can be quite a tricky course. It's actually one of my favourites on this game. It's a course that's heavily underrated. It presents a real challenge because it's almost like doing a Japanese Toge Union kind of event in many ways. It gives me vibes very similar to Japanese Toge running. And I must say, that's one thing that Gran Turismo never really bought into. The Toge races. In Forza 4 you had the likes of Fujimo Kaido and all that where you could do Toge. It'd be nice to see that come back in Gran Turismo, because there's so many JDM legend cars, like, you know, the Skylines, the Evos, the Supras, the 240 SXs, the Toyota Celicas, the NSXs, the RX-7s. There's so many cars that would be perfect for a Toge event, and that'd be brilliant. It'd be something totally different. That's the kind of thing that the Gran Turismo could really have done with doing, in my opinion. Because back in the day, when I was in a racing league on the Xbox 360, I was in a group called Excite Racing League, and we still got a channel on YouTube complete with races I commentated live on. You can still see them on there. And we actually were going to do a Toge stream series one time. Unfortunately, just before we started doing it, many of us had problems with our Xboxes, and the entire thing went kaput. Major shame. Well, there's no point pitting, so I've got to see, can I make these red tyres last till the end? And how much is our lap times going to suffer? Who's going to win? Who's going to win the bet this time? It's going to be a big one. This is going to be tricky. I'm not sure whose it's going to fall on. Ooh, that's not going to help. That's not going to help at all. Deliberately scrubbing the speed off, but it's not going to help. There's no grip left in these front tyres. I have almost no grip. Luckily, because it's rear-wheel drive, I'm not having an issue with getting around corners and moving forwards. But at any point now, I feel like the car's going to start to spin out, because the front is not getting anywhere near as much turning circle to compensate for the power going into the rear wheels. So I'm having to drive it a bit more like I'm driving a lorry, trying to feed the power in gently while I turn. It's not a natural way to drive. And of course, the last time I drove lorries when we did that PS3 truck racing stream. Yeah, that was fun. So the question is... Oh, 7 minutes and 14 seconds. That goes the way of Queen by 15.5 seconds. Not bad at all. Good guess. So the question we have now is, what's our prize car going to be? We spent a lot of money to earn it, so it better be worth it. We have won ourselves. Oh, we've won the original Gullwing from the 1950s. Potentially the original supercar. That is a thing of absolute beauty. That long nose, the Gullwing doors, the classic 50s body styling. That's an absolute beauty of a car. It won't be fast, but that's not the point. It's an absolute classic. So now we've won that event. What's our overall percentage? We're 72.6 people. We're slowly grinding forward. We're not finding it easy. What I need to check is, do I have any more dirt events to do in special conditions that I've not done? And if I do, I want to see if there's any here. Now, there's a Grand Canyon hard. The Chamonix hard. So there's a few events here I haven't done. Okay, right. Dare I bring out to play again? Dare I bring it out to play, people? Dare I do it? Why don't we go and troll the opposition? We're going to bring out the Dodge Ram. Oh yeah. I'm going to go for racing in my pickup truck. We're going to go racing in a pickup truck. Yes, we can race for a bit more. Tomorrow's a Saturday. The only thing I've got to do tomorrow is try and scrape some more stuff off my drive, but it can wait. Right, we're going to go to the ice arena. We're going to go racing on ice in the pickup truck. We're going to go racing the pickup. We're in a Whistler ice race. Go for traction over power. We're going to Dodge Ram. We got ourselves 2 tons and 700 brake horsepower. We're a fish out of water here, my friends. We're completely on the wrong side. When my pa said we were going to go racing in the mountains, I didn't expect we'd be coming here in the middle of the snow and the ice. Good old Billy Bob used to say to me that when you come in a truck like this, make sure you got plenty of power, your rifle pack, and more importantly, you don't give up. It don't matter that guy in his Japanese bullet car. He ain't driving a pickup truck that can go around corners like mine. He might be in a nice fashionable red car, but I got a red pickup truck. I got plenty of power. I got a wide body. I got 2 tons. You ain't getting past me, son. This race is mine. Come on, overtake me now, son. I'm freelance wide. I got more power. I got more power than him in a military arsenal. You ain't getting by me. You ain't gonna overtake me that easy, son. Even when I go sideways like that, what you gonna do, huh? You can't get by me. That's right, sir. Take a picture. Make sure you get a copy from my website. I want to make sure I look good. Bit of social media influence. I turned up to a World Rally event in a pickup truck. And my 700 brake horsepower and 3 tons go brr. There ain't no way you're getting by me, son. I said, yeah, me I have to hit you, get a penalty. That's the only way you're going to beat me, son. You're going to try and get me penalized? That's the way you do it? That's fine by me, son. I'm going to stop doing that now. It's really annoying. So the thing is, we've still got another 3 laps to catch up, so we're not actually in any danger here, because we can just wall ride. That's one thing they can't do. So you just don't let go. The only problem is when you hit the wall side on. But it's fine, because I can always restart at any time I want. I say it's the penalties that are the problem, not the actual course. Because the way to use this vehicle is to use the tailgate. If you actually hit with the tailgate, you don't get a penalty. It's a bit of a glitch, but it's an advantage and you should take it. The only issue is that I can't get through these corners that easily. That's the problem. So we're going to restart this one. The only reason we're going to restart is because I made a complete buffoon of myself and hit too many walls and got too many penalties. Which is fine. You know, it's okay. So he's going to take the racing line. I'm going to deliberately go wide and let the pickup truck drift to the wall so I can try and get ahead. I'm going to say, if you get the penalty at the right time, you can still come out technically in profit if you get it right. See, this is the way to do the ice arena. Actually doing this and being a technical snow driver, not so easy. Real snow tyres are actually incredibly grippy, because what they do is they actually literally like chuck the snow up and almost dig through the ground. Whereas in this game, it's more simulated to be on top of it rather than actually digging into the snow. So it's not the most accurate of winter physics. But then again, it's not really a full-blown rally mode. We're not playing Dirt 5 here or anything like that, are we? We're playing an old Gran Turismo game from the PlayStation 2. And now we're spinning backwards, which is not a good idea. And then he hit me into the wall. Because he was on rails. And even though he hit me into the wall, I got the penalty. That's the one thing that people hate about this mode. It's not balanced, and that you can't. The computer doesn't get penalties if they barge you off the road. You know, if you have the tiniest of contact with them, you get a penalty. And people have always said it's not very fair. And when you spin backwards, there's not much you can do. Because I hit him halfway around the corner then. This one might not be possible, but I'm going to keep trying it. I'm never sure if having your needle for your accelerator is at any particular point for getting an advantage for that. I've never understood it. Oh, bugger. I got that at the worst possible time. Oh, then he's hit me up the inside. See, he threw his car alongside me. There was no way I could avoid him. So, I mean, if they do that and they just, like, throw the inside suicide dive you, you're the one who gets the penalty, and that is not really feasible, in my opinion. So it only takes something like that and you get screwed over. But it's okay, because, again, it's just a game. So I can always go and bring out my 205 GTI. That'll probably be able to do this. So the problem with the ice arena is the lack of grip. And if you get penalties for tapping the wall, that's the issue. You get penalties for the smallest of reasons. It's very easily done. But it's, again, you know, it's like you just got to try and live with it as best as you can. I was hoping that I wouldn't get the penalty then. But unfortunately, that hope was a forlorn hope. Oh, I hit it head on. Okay, that's not bad. Again, basically doing what I'm doing here is pretty much cheating, but the way with the penalties work, if anything, you're equalising the rules. And those of you who've watched me play RPGs on PS2 era using save states will know I'm all about equalising the rules. I'm all about optimising the playing field to make it fairer to the player. As in, rob the machine of its ability to RNG you. Which is, when you're playing a JRPG, taking away RNG is probably the biggest cheat you can possibly do. To which I say, save state go boo. You'll get someone on the forum say, you didn't beat it legitimately. To which I say, is the enemy dead? Yeah. Then I beat them. That's all that matters. So we're going okay. I mean, of course, there is the opportunity to just cheat to get the win. Because we got far enough in the event now, we could literally just put in the cheat code to win the race. But where's the fun in that? You know, it's like watching someone type in a cheat code to win. Woo! That's gaming stream 101 there, people. Oh yeah. Now, gotta concentrate. This is my last lap. That's okay. That's fine. Damn it. I could just see that coming. I literally could see that coming. I just knew I was going head on. I thought, no, that's not going to work. Luckily, for now, I'm relatively far in front. Oh, what the hell? I got a ton of power out of nowhere then, but luckily, it's not going to be a problem. It's the dirtiest way to win, but it counts. Won by 5 seconds in the end. Considering I had about 3 penalties, that's not too bad, to be perfectly honest. That's 20,000 credits in my pocket. I'll be happy to take that. Thank you very much. Now we're going to very quickly back out, just to make sure that our progress is saved. And there is the progress saved. Out of curiosity, how's that affected the performance? 72.8. So we're getting there. That's not bad. So we'll do the ice stage. We will try it again. This time we'll go in the opposite direction. So I have no idea. I have no idea how this is going to work. So, we're up against the Scooby and Pretzel rally car this time. Wow, we're starting quite a way back from them, rather annoyingly. So for this one, I've got to be careful I don't hit them on the way through, if you know what I mean. Right, okay. Let's see if... Oh, bugger. I must have tapped the wall with the front end. Only thing that makes sense, that. Which is not ideal. Okay, right. Not ideal, but we'll take it. Oh, we're facing the wrong way. Right, we just spun round. That's the end of that one. We'll go again. I think that's because what I did was I hit the gas and then just hadn't got the timing right. So let's try again. My idea is to try and get into position so that I can literally fling it in there. Oh, I've done it again. I caught the inside of the wall. That's what happened. Luckily though, you can kind of, if you do it right, almost take advantage of the penalty if you get the position right. Because what you do is you literally go full speed with the revs, and it revs you out of the corner. So the issue I've got here is getting past him. That's going to be the problem, because he doesn't start alongside you. The other one he starts alongside, but this one they don't do it for some reason. I don't know why the computer doesn't start alongside for this one. Going the other way, they start right alongside you and you can get past them. But here, they seem to just have like a gap at the very beginning of the race, and that screws you over. Unless you get very, very lucky with the other lines. I'm going to say, unfortunately, like what they call the chase the rabbit has been a problem with Gran Turismo for a long time. Where you find yourself up against it because of just the way the position of the cars is compared to yours. I don't think they're lapping at possible lap times either. I think they're lapping at lap times that aren't possible. So I just set a 48 and it wasn't even getting close to him. So I might have to back out of this and then restart it. So I think the computer's being given time which isn't possible, but we'll stick it out for now just to see if it's possible to catch it up. Not anymore, it's not. The moment I spun sideways and hit the wall, I knew then. So what I'll do is I'm going to back out and then reselect it. I think there was something with the times. The times that they were doing just didn't seem realistic. But I can always go and put my Peugeot 205 on and see if that'll do it. See if that'll let me go through. But we'll try again. Now you see, this time we've now got a different car. We've got a different opponent. We've got the Lancer. Whether that's going to be a difference maker, I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me if different cars had different lap times and they were coded different ways. And if that's the case, we might have to just basically do a bit of RNG manipulation to see which opponent we get. Because depending on the opponent, it might get much easier. I had to make sure I didn't hit him then. That was purely because of the tailgate. Okay. Oh, exit tail. That's a great idea. Yeah, you're having to drop your kids off in the pickup and then be in a race at 9. Including getting to the mountains, of course. Having to go up the ice road, go ice bashing. Be good fun, though. It's why many of the road cars, though, had rally versions for that reason, you know, the RS versions. So they were designed to have more power and more poise. So that on the way back from school, Dad could have some fun on the country road. And terrify Mum in the car. At least that's what my stepdad used to do anyway. What the hell was that noise then? It sounded like a jet. Oh, I did well to catch that. I was very nearly spinning it around, but I managed to just about do enough to get back in position. That could have been very, very bad, but I got away with it. Oh, same there. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it! Oh, he parked his car right in front of me. The cheating motherfucker. He literally stopped his car right in front of me. The cheating little shit. That piece of fucking twat. He literally parked his car so I tapped him at the tiniest amount of speed and it gave me a penalty. And that's going to win in the race. Fucking cheat. Cheating motherfucker. What a cheat. What an absolute fucking cheat. Because when he smacked me up the arse, he didn't get a penalty. He twatted me up the arse and got fuck all. What an absolute fucking piece of shit. That is broken. That is absolute bollocks. That's why the time penalties in this game are broken. This should not happen. I'm sorry, but they are allowed to smack you off the road and they get no penalty. Yet if you do the tiniest of taps to them, that's it. What a load of shit. Oh, no, you don't. No, you fucking don't. Right, I'm not going to catch that gap up. Say the shell. It would have been worth a red shell if they existed, but for me, that's bullshit. I won't mind, but I'm in like a 6-ton truck, and if I hit him, he should fly through the fucking stage, but he barely even moves. This is where this game unfortunately fell down, and it's because they tied. I didn't even touch the wall. I didn't even touch the fucking wall there. I did not even touch the wall. Whereas that time I did touch the wall and didn't get a penalty, so I don't get it. I don't understand, but not for me to question why. It just happened. Nope, that didn't work. Shooting the tyres out would be quite a funny idea, actually, but again, that's not in the game. It's not in the spirit of the rules, that. They're not allowed to do that. So if this carries on, I'm just going to get the Peugeot 205 and do it in that. Right, that's it. I've had enough now. Try it one more time, and if I don't do it this time, I'm just going to go and get my Peugeot 205 and just use pure power to obliterate my way past them. That's what you get for crashing into me. See, he deliberately drove his car into me. He drove his car at me. He deliberately drove, knowing full well if he hit me, I was going to get the penalty. And I'm sorry, but that's not on. They're allowed... I'm going to give you a penalty mode, basically. I'm going to crash into you and give you a penalty. That is absolute bollocks. That should not be allowed. Could you imagine if that was a thing in real motorsport? Lewis Hamilton decides he's going to smash Max Verstappen off the road and gives him a penalty. There's no fucking way that'd fly. I mean, don't get me wrong, that would make this season more exciting if they could do that. Which mechanic's that, Exetel? Because I'm not a massive Street Fighter fan, so I couldn't really talk much about it. As a kid, I tried to get into it, and I've always got absolutely caned. And I just over time drifted away from fighting games. I don't play them as much as I used to. But I know there was a lot of people who like took advantage of the combo mechanics when that was brand new. Because obviously that was down to a glitch where you could cancel your move, but it ended up like basically by accident giving us combos. And it changed fighting games forever basically. Oh, the turtling, yes, that was referenced in the excellent Netflix anime called High Score Girl. And if you've never seen that, that's worth checking out actually. It's like set in the 90s. But it's all about all the old school like fighting games like Samurai Showdown and Street Fighter 2 and all that kind of stuff. And the consoles of the era are all like, you know, Neo Geos and everything else. It's kind of cool little series. I think it's based on an actual manga, but it was done beautifully as a anime. I think Guile was one of those you could do it for, but guess what? We win. I didn't even realise I was on lap 5. Doesn't matter. A win's a win. We did it. We abused the ability to take advantage of the AI. We took their advantage back, used it to our advantage, and won. Was it clean? No. Do I care? No. And don't be apologising for your language. So what's the car? What was that for? I mean, it's kind of cool, but is that really worth all the effort? A Datsun from the 1960s? I don't think so. But we still did it. So where's that put us now on our completion? How high are we? 73%. God, it's 2% shy of getting ourselves a new prize car. Which I've no idea what it's going to be at 75%. It could be almost anything. Right, we've got the Chamonix... Tahiti. Yeah, let's try the Tour de Tahiti, actually. Let's try this one. We'll now be fit with dirt tyres because we're racing on gravel. We're going up against the Ford RS200. Right, well that car's going to jump straight into the lead, I know that much. But that's okay, because I'm just going to do that. And get a penalty. Great start. That was down to me. And then he hit me, causing me to get another penalty, but I'm okay, I'm right behind him, so it's not too bad for now. Yes, now we're making smoke. Oh yeah. Oh, what a stupid place to put a car in the middle of the road. I mean, come on. In the middle of the right stage, you know, why would it be there? Why would an opponent be racing around the stage at speed? Come on, what do you think you're doing? Learn to drive, you moron. Yep, enjoy the coast there, people. So that's lap 1. Oh, I thought I'd hit the wall at the right angle, but I didn't. It's my fault, not theirs. What's not worth it, Queen? Doing this race? If you want to keep getting towards 100%, we're going to need to do it. It's as simple as that. If you want the definition of not worth it, do the Death Road of Despair legitimately in Danganronpa V3. That really is the definition of not worth it. 100 mono coins and a little theme for your monopad for something that will take you literally weeks of grinding to learn any of the patterns. Ah, no, the prize car. Yeah, the prize car wasn't worth it. I agree with you. 1960s Datsun for going against through the ice stages. Yeah, that was definitely not worth it. But the thing is, we've won it at least. It's done. We've won the car. So, with that part's out of the way. As irritating as it was, we did it. Me proving that pickup trucks are still cool, apparently. This thing's got more dents and pimples than the surface of the moon, this truck. I've absolutely abused it, but the thing is, it's come back for more, because it's an absolute beauty of a machine. Yep, we will literally rail ride here as it's known. So that's lap 2. Got another 3 laps to do with this. Just got to take it easy through that section. Try to avoid getting... Because we're on dirt tyres on the asphalt, there's literally no grip. You can't turn at all. It's just pure, like, understeer. It's understeer city, so you don't want to be doing it too much. You don't want to be putting too much power down. I'd say, realistically, what I'm doing here is abusing a glitch in the way that the A-spec points are calculated. Because it seems that, like, heavy weight goes massively in your favour for giving you more points on the board. So even though this vehicle can rail ride like anything, block the road and have decent power, it counts as being a really difficult race. And to be fair, if you get it wrong, it is. But we're here so far holding out in front. We've had a few penalties. We had to work hard. But once we got in front, we were able to pull away because the Ford RS200 is following the racing line and following the rules, whereas I'm just like rail ride go boo. Rail riding, because who has time to learn how to rally drive? Ain't no one got time for that. And I think this is where these races really test you, because with the penalties and everything else, you can't afford to just like throw it into the corner like with the others. You can afford to risk like going off into the sand at say Grand Valley or somewhere like that. But here you don't have that luxury, because if you hit the wall too hard, you're going to get a penalty, and if you get a penalty, it completely screws you over. Of course, you can get lucky sometimes and hit the wall like that and not get a penalty, so you can ride your luck, but it's not the safest strategy, to say the least. But so far we're holding up. We're doing okay. We've got 2 more laps, including this one. And then we've got to go around the other way, and that will complete this rally. Yeah, I bet you didn't think you'd be watching me drive around Tahiti in a pickup truck tonight, eh, people? Well, we're at that point in the game where the events are drying up. And aside from the endurance events, which, as I say, I might do maybe the New York 200 miles one time, because that one I imagine will be quite okay to do. But the 24-hour ones, they're ones that are going to be almost impossible to stream. The only way they could realistically work is if I did it using B-Spec Bob and tried to like have periods where I go into team manager mode as a way to rust up in between stints. So maybe that's something we'll do as a future stream, but I get the feeling that won't be anytime soon. But we've got a big gap here, so we just got to manage it now. This isn't about trying to obliterate them into the seaweed. It's just about having a gap to manage. So if we do get a penalty or two, we're not going to find ourselves absolutely rinsed and out of the game. Because this essentially is what we're doing here is rallycross. And rallycross is tough because getting the car to work on both the dirt and the road is very tricky because the tyres aren't designed for it. The tyres are designed to literally throw dirt and stones out the side. They're not designed to find grip on tarmac. Yeah, we've got a gap of around about 25 seconds now, so we are well clear. So we just got to keep it going as best as we can. And say these races are quite long. This is nearly a 9-minute race. Considering the penalties and everything else, that makes life even more tricky. I don't know how I got away with that then. I tapped the inside quite forcefully, but it didn't count as a penalty. I was either going at too slow a speed or some other reason. Well, I'll take it, because I've been given that many soft penalties. If you want to let me off with one, Governor, that's fine. We'll keep doing it. Yes, all I've got to do is navigate these final few hairpins and we will be home free. I want to say a massive thank you for all you people who've stayed out there tonight, because we've been on for quite some time. We've been on for more than 4 hours. We've gone into long mode. And there we go. Made it. 11 minutes and 14 seconds, people. How long? That's a very long race. It just shows how hard it is. Oh, bless. Thank you very much, Joe. It's appreciated. Really appreciated. So we're going to back out here and we're going to do a quick save. Yes, we are. I'm not having that missing from the record. No, absolutely not. We have a chance here to win another prize car, but first of all, we were at 73. Yeah, we're now at 73.1. Oh yeah, 73.1%, people. Woo. Right, so we were doing the tour of Tahiti. Oh, there's a wet version of Tsukuba. Right, we might do that one next. The wet race at Tsukuba. we'll put on a decent car and just try and complete the lap. I might even use my DTM Audi for that, because it's all about grip. Oh, we're up against the Lancia Delta S4, one of the Group B legends. Yeah, this car should decimate me here. Next set, I'm just going to go as Burr. Okay, this is the chance now. This is our chance. It's our moment. Against the car that sounds a bit like a Flymo hedge trimmer when it's coming round behind us. Doesn't have the most convincing engine, the Lancia Delta S4. Yeah, it's a beauty of a machine, the Delta S4. The only problem is it was also absolutely lethal. That was the car that sadly had that horrific accident in Corsica, which I won't say was the reason that Group B was banned, but it was one of many incidents involving cars, which meant the people in charge were like, yeah, I think we need to start slowing things down. It had got absolutely ridiculously dangerous. And it's a shame, because the cars in that era were just amazing. You had the Ford RS200, the Delta S4, the short wheelbase Audi Quattro, the Peugeot 205 GTI, the Opel Manta. There were some absolute beauties of that period. And they're now sadly consigned to the books of history, aren't they? But there was a reason for it, because much like the 50s bathtub races in F1, they might have been fast, but they were very, very dangerous. Oh, I hit an outcrop. That's what I did then. I hit an outcrop on the wall. There was a tiny little, like, edge of the wall. Yep, see, now he's following me in. I think there was actually the Citroen BX. Yes, there was. And then eventually that gave way to the AX in the 1990s, which was my go-to car on V-Rally on the PlayStation 1. Good times, good times. You also had the Toyotas as well, like I can't remember which car it was, but it was like a version of the Toyota Crown, I think, which Walter Roll used to win the World Championship in '82. So there were so many great machines which did phenomenal jobs. But as I say, they were all cars that were just deemed far too dangerous, cars that were just far too fast, had far too much power, and they were very, very, shall we say, they were rather weak. They weren't strong. The Lancia 037, for example, was notorious for breaking apart when it was involved in crashes. It almost looked like it had no roll cage. It was that weak. I get the feeling it did have a roll cage, but it was probably not one that was exactly designed to roll over, shall we say. Yeah, apologies people, I felt my throat constricting there, so that's why I went away from the mic. Oh, that got me a penalty. I must have caught the edge too hard, which is irritating, because that's going to let the Delta right back into it now. But there's only so much you can do, you know. If you get an unlucky bounce and it takes you into the wall, that can happen. It can happen whether you're doing it legit or if you're using the ram technique like I'm doing. You can end up reaching points where you just regrettably have a unlucky run and it goes against you. It's where getting out of the corner is more important than anything else. So you can see there, that's made a colossal difference. And then the wall ride to our favour, and that is going to make a big difference. As a clean exit from this section is going to be priceless. Yep, that'll do. That's fine. Okay, now we're looking good. So my idea for the Spa wet race is to put on soft tyres. Because I get the feeling if you have mediums, they're not going to do much grip. And the lap times are going to be so short, they're going to be so long there. I expect that to be a very difficult race, but we shall see. I want to see if I'm right and see if the Audi TTR will be able to hold its own there. Purely because it's a wet race, it'll be so slippery. Having 1,000 horsepower is not going to help, because it'll just like go sideways. Nice one, caught the edge. Deliberately slowed that one down. I mean, I'm pretty sure that one of the opponents you can get there is something like the Sauber C9 Mercedes, I think that's one of the cars you can get there. I wouldn't be surprised if the likes of that, the Toyota GT1, the Nissan C92, the Audi R8, possibly the Bentley Speed 8. But we're being wet, can they get the power down? I don't know. Is the game simulating that? Who knows? Sometimes in this game the computer can set lines that are impossible. And then other times it'll like get ground against the wall, like with that Mercedes, the Fuji Speedway. So it's difficult to know really. Yeah, we're going wide, but we're getting through it. We're good. That wasn't the best line through there, but we've not taken any damage at least, and we've not taken a penalty, so it could have been far worse. Yeah, you'd think they would struggle because of the power, exactly. It makes me wonder if it might be better to do like something like the TTR or the FTO Limited Edition, you know, something like that with a bit more grip to it. But we'll see when we take a look at it. Because that'd be an interesting way to round off tonight, doing a wet race, after doing the snow, the gravel, and then the water. Even though technically we've already done water, because obviously snow and ice is frozen water, but shut up, it's fine. That's it. Delta S4 is putting up more than a fight. Has to be said. The Delta S4 is not making life easy at all. Yeah, that'll do. Thank you. Oh yes, this is looking good. Just got to try and get through this one lap. That's the key. So we want to be patient, focused, and just make sure we know exactly what we're doing. Get it right. Yeah, that's okay. It's not the smoothest technique, but it worked. Okay, good. Yep, that'll do nicely. Take advantage of the wall. And again. This ain't so bad. We're holding up. We're doing good. Oh yes. We are going long, we're going hard, but we're almost there. We're just going to make it around a few more hairpin corners. We can do this. And then we're into the tarmac zone. We're going to crawl around this corner. We're going to take it very, very slowly because we don't want the penalty on the final corner. And we'll set a fastest lap in the process. Oh yes. We've done it in the Dodge Ram Hemi. We are way clear of the field. 7 seconds in front. That'll do nicely. The good old Dodge Ram. So the question is, what car have we unlocked for dominating the Tour of Tahiti? What do we get? Oh, it's the Mitsubishi Pajero. It's the Mitsubishi Wanker. Pajero in Spanish literally means wanker. So if you ever see anyone driving one of those vehicles, you can literally point at them and call them a wanker. Because that's what Pajero means. It's an off-roading 4x4. And by doing that, we've gone to 73.3%. Ooh, yeah. Right, out of curiosity then, can this car even hold a candle to the cars that we're going to go up against in the wet race? I get the feeling it's probably going to be out of its class, but we'll try. Here we go. Tsukuba Circuit. Hard. No restrictions. Do it in any vehicle you like. 5 laps at the wet Tsukuba. Let's see just how bad this car is. I'm curious. We're up against the Sauber C9. It's a 200-point race. It's a Le Mans prototype versus a DTM. This is going to be interesting. It's one of those, we're not disgracing ourselves, we're not quite catching up to it, if you know what I mean. So we are much faster in the corners, but we're just not quick enough on the straight. Or at least we were much faster in the corners. I've just gone too deep. This is quite an interesting race because we're clearly not a match for it in the straightaway. We're not even close. But in the corners, we do seem to be making quite a gulf. But I just don't think it's got the power. I think this car's just lacking that performance edge. If I tuned it up, I might be able to get enough power to make it really, really dangerous. Oh, I've just noticed something. I've just noticed something massive. I've just noticed a really, really glaring potential ability to make this much better. I've just noticed something. Do you know what I didn't see there? I didn't see tyre wear. So if there's no tyre wear, I can make a big difference right away. By simply bolting on some super soft tyres. Let's get the best grip we can. And while we're here, what can we do to the car? Can we do anything to it? We can give it an NA tuning to make it up to 608 brake horsepower. Can we do anything else? We could actually, ironically, we could turbocharge it. We could make it turbocharged, but I don't see the point in that. I don't see the point in turbocharging it. Yeah, that's fine. How does changing on to qualifying tyres change this game? Does it make it possible to win? Is it possible to win? I don't know. I'm curious. Let's find out. Let's go the hard way. Let's go long. We're still showing 200 expert points even with qualifying tyres. We're still showing at that level, which is rather surprising. But we've now got a lot more power. And we've also got much better rubber. This is a DTM car going up against the Le Mans prototype. It's Audi. It's Audi's younger. It's Audi going up against its big brother. And it would seem that at the moment, the DTM car is holding its own. So on a wet track, we're still setting a qualifying time of under a minute. That's quite hilarious. This is quite funny. This is me trolling the computer again. When it was a stock version, it didn't have the power. Now it's got the power and the qualifying rubber. I'm absolutely grinding it into mincemeat. This is funny. This should not be happening. This should not be possible. But the DTM car is showing up the Le Mans prototype. Andre Lotterer's multiple winning Le Mans Classic cannot hold a candle to the DTM beast. We've already got a gap of 6 seconds. We are 6 seconds to the good. This is like a reverse version of the one lap magic. Remember when the really slow cars get a massive head start and you got to try and overtake everyone in the fast cars? Well, we're doing the opposite version. We're taking over the super fast car in a much slower car. And we're winning by miles. No one knows what to do here. It's rather funny. The driver of the Audi R8 Le Mans car is just like, what the hell am I supposed to do here? And I'm just like, sit back and suffer. Because you're not beating me. This is just silly. This is me absolutely memeing the computer. This is just mean. And it's an extra 200 expert points that have been acquired really easily. Just goes to show you can have all the horsepower in the world, but if you've not got a setup that's designed for the right track, you're not going to beat anything. And the new fastest lap to finish as well. So we did it in 4 minutes, 47 seconds, 0.7. Are we even going to see the computer cross over the line? Will they finish in time? Are they going? No, they're not. They didn't even get to finish. Hilarious. So what car are we going to win for that, I wonder? What car are we going to win having embarrassed Audi's Le Mans team with our new DTM machine? How much have we embarrassed them? What car are we going to get for that? We've got a different version of the Ford GT. It's a road-going version of the Ford GT. But yes, that is a rather nice little way to round things off for tonight, isn't it? We've been on for 4.5 hours plus. There goes the little save icon in the top corner. And we are now at 73.5% completion. Wow. We are still not where we want to be. So that is where we are going to wrap up Gran Turismo 4 for tonight. Now, we are going to be back on Monday evening when we will be picking up Shin Megami Tensei 4. And then on Wednesday, we will be playing Alice Madness Returns before I take a long weekend off to go conning. So until then, thank you all very, very much for watching. And now the Le Mans team. What was that?